Yay! I had to go commune with Gaia. I was like, dog, I haven't been outside. The last thing that I said to me. For the 99 and the 2000. Dude, let me tell you something. How you know? Because I was telling everybody, I was like, everybody got kids. Tell your kids, bust up on snacks. And I was like, when you know that your bomb as a parent is when you walk in your kid's room and they just hand you the snacks. You ain't got shame nut. I was about to be like, bust up. And he was just, I was like, oh, give him snacks. God damn it. Yeah, I had to get the electrolytes. You know what I'm saying? The nectar of the gods. I'm the weirdo that really likes lemon lime. It's delicious. Mm. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Son, Captain Crunch. I went on this whole binge and I bought all of the cereals that have marshmallows in them. And the Fruity Pebbles with marshmallows, yo. Like me and my kid literally like stood in the center of the kitchen with bowls. We didn't say words. We just looked at each other and we were like, son, don't make no damn sense. It's delicious. I ain't even eat them yet. It's like I had to, Happy New Year. Legit, I ain't even eat them yet. I have them over there on the other desk, but I just have them there because I was like, I don't want to eat them yet, but I need them to be there for moral support, Torian comfort, you know? Son, Captain Crunch, dog, it's just, oh, jeez, it's just, Captain Crunch just brings me essence of childhood. Whew, you took muffins out of the oven? What kind of muffins are they? I need you to share what kind of muffins they are. Food porn, come on, don't hold back. Happy New Year's. One of my friends is from the Bronx. She moved down here. She's an author. She's like I said I need to start like a whole movement behind her because she's like a feminist author and her book has like this cult following of like women that were liberated through her experience. And I was like, oh my God, we're just gonna start a whole movement. But I kept messing up and saying that she was from Harlem, and then she'd get really, really pissed. And I was like, ooh, my bad, my bad. Yeah, man. Oh, Cookie Crisp. Oh, Brooklyn. It does kill the roof of your mouth in real life. Nostalgic snacks. Does anyone remember the kangaroos? Y'all remember those? NYC in the building. Ooh, yes, Diggums. Yes, yes. Y'all, I have buku. Hey, Yvette. I have buku subbies that are in New York. Like when I was looking at the analytics, I was like, yo. So I think it's probably gonna be one of the first places that I gotta go to New York. Real talk, got to. Queens. I just like to say boroughs. Long Island, Shaolin, Staten Island. I don't know where none of them places are. I just like saying them. Dead ass. Oh yes, we are snacking. Queens. I wanted to throw up a sign there. I don't know what the sign for Queens would be though. I just got back home from being at work all day and Princess is still streaming. What year is this? What year is it? Oh my gosh, guys, you know what I had this idea of, and I feel like I need to research this now. So there's, you know, how there's like themes, right? So the thing that I found that is a theme that people are calling 2020, it's the roaring 20s. Joyzy. Hey, Cara, that's my B. Girl, I'm so not like, I feel like, I don't know what I'm running off of, y'all. I don't know if it's woke juice. I don't know what it is. Ooh, Florida. I love Florida. Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Hey. Yeah, dude. Everyone's saying roaring 20s. And I was like, I like that. I like this whole like, what do we call it? The woke speakeasy woke. El Paso. Dog, real talk. Like, I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know what energy is coursing through my body. It's life force energy. But Spirit then gave me like an extra dose. Real talk, man. Ooh, Wisconsin. Hey, Kaylin. Dude, right? Right? Portland. Portland's like the cleanest city that makes me feel like I need to get my life together. Oh my gosh. It is my graphic designer. Oh, what is oh gosh, I almost texted. That was not. Sorry, y'all. Oh my gosh, guys, it's like synchronicity. Things are aligning. That makes me very happy. What I miss? I just woke into my woke life Facebook profile. I love the sound of that. Man. Yeah, no, Portland, dude. It's like that city makes me feel like if like I need to wash my hands because I feel like I need to be in alignment with like the cleanliness of this energy. Why don't you do? You are a true magician with Empress. Oh, I like that. I likes that. True magician with Empress swag. Hells yeah, goddamn. Oh, really, man, good. Hey, Nick. Where the caps at? I want y'all to start repping. Spiritual gangsters in this beach. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that's so sweet. Y'all be making me feel so loved. The secret is that HEB is the greatest ever. Is that a grocery store? We just got Rouse's and Winn-Dixie down here. You know what I'm saying? And super Walmart. I wish I could play this song out loud. I'm gonna get copyright flag though. Let me clear my space. Oh yeah. Sorry, Jesus. I need to sit over here. When it comes and it feels like a man that's taunting me with his red clock and I am the bow. Not being static. The bullshit that's been fed to me. And now I'm all like pretending like y'all not here. It was safe to think in comes mental piracy. Know what I'm looking for. Can I be so to me? I wish they always stop trying. What I want. This is what I do when y'all aren't here. Isn't will always be free now. Ow. School supplies. Letting it out again. Ooh, chicken. Ooh. Ooh. Y'all talking about food? Incubus, dude, yes. I freaking love Incubus. Dude. Love Incubus. This is my praise and worship music. This is episode 3, Secrets Revealed. Don't you start this. You know how it is, Kai. You know what I'm saying? You know how it is with the Tory in this. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we got Sag in the building. Dude, y'all, I love Incubus. Incubus brings me to my level. To my level. No way. Y'all, it's so funny. I'm about to tell her I'm live. Like, she was totally led to me because it's only certain like designers and stuff I can work with. And my little brother referred me to her. And then like she legit was like a subscriber already. Like he's like, yeah, I'm a sister. And she's like, oh my gosh, I'm a subscriber. I was like, oh my God, that's freaking perfect. And I'm telling her, I'm live and I'm talking about you right now. I'm super excited to work with her because we were trying to get stuff outlined, and it's so funny because my friends were helping me like with defining like the elements of my brand, but the stuff that, dude, my friends came up with like the phrases that they use to describe me and like the whole tribe, the whole like woke movement. It's some of the stuff is freaking hilarious. Like to the point where as I'm copying and pasting this and sending this as email, I was like, this young lady is going to think that I'm freaking nuts. But she literally just tells me, she's like, she was saying how like it's like a hybrid version of oh God, this is really bad for y'all. I know that probably sounds terrible. But she was like talking about how she describes her brand, and I was like, okay, so I feel less like a weirdo because my friends are just as crazy as me. Come on, what's going on? What are we done? We're done. Okay. Gemini Sun, Capricorn, rising Taurus moon. Woo, woo. Mike, there's a Mike in here. Where's Mike? Libra Mike. Oh my God! Please don't tell me that my brother's in my live again. Oh, yeah, my brother. I am in my head. Just a regular person. Oh man. So you guys, it's about to get real. It's about to get real in the battlefield. You know what I'm saying? It's about to be extra lit. So here's the thing. So did all of y'all watch did all of y'all watch the first 2 parts? I know most of y'all who have been having family day with me today. I know you guys did, you know. But did everyone else, you know, Do the thug thizzle? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You can tell me, finish me talking about. So with our first 2 episodes, main thing we were looking at is polarities, our light sides and our dark sides of things, our devil energy and our lovers. And if you guys have been, with me for some time, y'all know how I feel about these things, If you read, hey, my boo, God, you suck, I love you. But legit, if any of you guys read motherfuck Twin Flames, y'all know how I am about symbolism and stuff. Ooh, once you find out who you are within, you'll have real talk. You really will, dude. This whole awakenings, man. That's why I understand why Dante's Inferno, why he calls it the Divine Comedy, because it is hilarious. It's very, very hilarious. I love it fierce. Oh my gosh, pizza? Don't you do this to me. I'm trying to be professional and y'all are sitting up here just tempting me with food and I'm gonna start salivating. Things of the sort. But with the first reading, we're talking about like bondage, things of the sort. With Motherfuck Twin Flames, if you guys are familiar with it, that book was a book within a book. A lot of it was symbolic, and that's why like the setup of it looks so weird. But I talked in there about the duality of the devil energy and the lovers, and how, same card, you reduce 15, you get 6. So with the first 2 parts, that's like a mirror effect that's going on there. It's showing you those polarities. So we're looking at stuff of what we want to release, what it is that we want to integrate in those first 2 readings, like the things that have been holding us back. But where this gets even more serious and real. Oop, did somebody have their hand raised? Oh, it's funny that I'm looking at like we're in a class. I'm like, somebody raise their hand. I'm sorry, somebody's question. Symbolism. Oh, you mean like in Motherfuck Twin Flames? Just the simple fact that there's random numbers and random places, and the fact that the chapters, it's like it jumps from chapter 3 and there's no chapter 1. And it's like, why we starting at chapter 3? Then it goes to chapter 6. And then it's like, then there's chapter 9. Shoot, the reading we did before this, we ended up pulling a devil card. Devil all up in ya. Oh, you just turned 33? This is your Jesus year. This is your Jesus year. Sounds like the Bible. This is your Jesus. 33 is an amazing year. It's always epic shit that happens when you turn 33. It's a very miraculous year for people. No lie. But yeah. And like I've had a couple of people who emailed me when I first put the book out, and they're like, I didn't see what you were doing, but then I saw it and I was like, oh, I see what's happening here. But I say all of that to say that all ties into what it is we're talking about now. We're talking about metaphysical mathematics. We're talking about like numerological patterns and things of the sort. So here's the deal. In the bigger scheme of things, I'm only going to talk about in this live, I'm only going to talk about 2020. We're going to talk about 2019. We're going to talk about 2010. And we're going to talk about 2016. And I'm about to get into why those particular years. But literally how Spirit showed this to me, which overflowed my brain, and where this is part of the Epic Prize, is literally what we're doing here. I've done that for you all for the entire decade. So literally all the way back. So all of these numerical patterns we're going to talk about tonight, I've done all of this for you guys all the way back to 2009. So when we talk about in 2016, and I talked about the trumpet thing, and I talked about the timeline, in essence, if you really bout like this slay life, like roaring 20s and things, like if y'all really trying to slay 2020, if you take this material that I've put together for my beautiful family, it's a guaranteed knockout slay. And I'm saying like healing, like not on no bullshit. You know what I'm saying? This ain't no like, new year, new me type crap. Like if you really about healing, you're really about seeing change in your life, and you really want to see how all of these things are working in concert, than if you did this for the whole decade, son. Because in essence, it's like you're just plugging in the information. All of the heavy lifting, all of the vibration, mathematics, all that, I've done all of that for you already. So in essence, the surprise with this is the fact that these 3 readings, first 2 readings, and this educational video, this is like umbrella, and this extends into literally like how we talked about the woke book. This is legit like a woke book. Cause like by the time y'all finish this bit, you about to be woke. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, no math. Straight up. Spirit had me sitting up here slaving over a hot notebook and things for the struggle for the collective, Lord. You know what I'm saying? So literally all you guys would be doing is following the outline that I've set out for you. So it's going to be a book. And, luckily, like I told everybody earlier, luckily I own a publishing company. So Spirit can tell me things, 48 hours ago and make me do this. I'm a little woke. I think we all are. But I'm talking about like woke squared, like woke cubed. I don't know. It would just be another level of the woke that we already are. You know what I'm saying? But it's the fact that I can actually like publish a book just like that. You know what I'm saying? But author of the universe, I assume that all knows what all is doing, So this is going to be a book that will be available for you guys. That is why I was leading everyone to sign up on my website. Man, I got like snack crumbs on me. I'm looking like a tourist that been snagging. But that's why I was leading everyone to sign up on my website that I'm very ashamed of as a web designer to that list, because it even expands. Let me get about it. Oh, child, you gonna get your notebook, Lord Jesus, child, you gonna wear your notebook. So all of the information that I have here, it's going to be in a tangible book format for you guys to access. And the beautiful thing about it is, ooh, did I see glitter? I have glitter everywhere. Draft day. But there's legit oh, thank you. But there's legit, like there's courses with this and everything. So, we'd have had our whole, like y'all, you know how I talked about my little fear earlier? It tried to rise up, but I'm trying to put it under submission. Go to my website, thewoketherapist.com. And at the very bottom of my really horrible thrown together webpage that I'm very ashamed of, because I had to put something together. Everything's going through a complete reconfiguration. Like I'm in the whole process of like completely like rebranding everything. Like the name is staying the same. It's just, trying to get our frequency vibration, in an aesthetic sense. But all the way at the bottom of the first page of the site, it has like a little runner thing for pathology. And I love y'all. My freaking mods are the shit. But you just put in your name and your email. And I'm not spamming y'all or nothing like that. That list is just specifically for people, because with pathology, those of you who are or aren't familiar with it, it's a personal development program that I created. And it encompasses a lot of different disciplines, and it incorporates readings, but the whole purpose of it is personal development. So it's like you being able to take what it is that you're hearing in a tarot reading and apply it to your everyday life. And it's something that's very much in tune with you specifically. So, and like with the whole eclipse thing, where that's funny is because I released that July of last year, and like how the eclipse was bringing things back, and the whole, like, I had a therapy session with my family earlier, like y'all, my woke family, the woke tame clan, you know what I'm saying? And we literally talked this out of how pathology was something I was rolling out, but because of just different things that I'm not gonna repeat, because they might be in here, and I'm just kidding. But I've held back on it. But it's like spirit has put it really, really heavy on me. And like I said, especially with this, because it's like the plan that I had for what I was going to do before I went through my little healing. I'm not even gonna say little heal. It was big healing sickness. The plan I had for what I was gonna do for the end of the year readings wasn't anywhere near where spirit led me to go with it. And it's like once I saw the outline for this last video, I was like, I see what you're doing and you're down bad for it. You're down bad for it, spirit. Yes, she is. But okay, fine, whatever. So that's what leads us here. So yeah, dog, like we came up with the fam. I was like, woke Tang Clan son? Yes. And the beautiful thing about manifest is that is the energy vibration of this year. So I'm gonna hop into all of it, but I just want to give y'all that little disclaimer. So if y'all are interested in like the book version of this and like the whole little rollout of it, and y'all want to know about that and stay in tune with it, go on over to the website and join the list. You know what I'm saying? And then we are going to hop into this. Yes. Ashy. Oh God, my mods are just so damn amazing. Just surrounded by these amazing people. Amazing people. You know what I'm saying? So are you guys ready? Are you ready? I just got like a flashback of me being a cheerleader. Okay. Yay! I'm excited. So let me see, man. This is a lot. It's like this is the book in front of me. When I see books in front of me, I want to read them. But I don't want to sound like I'm reading about it. I just might. Well, I don't need to read that part. Because this is literally the book in front of me, y'all. I'm not going to lie to you. Okay. So here's the deal. Starting off, I'm just going to read the introduction, goddamn. Okay. Knowing numerological vibrations for yourself end of the year is important. Numerical patterns speak to patterns and processes. No human or process is immune to numerical influence. Your life, as well as the year, is a process of unfolding. The number of vibrations of a year offers us hints of the themes and lessons we'll experience that year. In a retrospective sense, it also offers us what lessons we missed. What unfolds each year offers us an opportunity to experience and master skills and wisdom to be applied the following year. So when we look at us in 2019, the numerical vibration of 2019, it was a 3/12 year, which means that it had two numeric vibrations. 12 is not a master number. But it's important with that being a double digit. It's a lot like how those of you who did do pathology, how we calculated the pathology numbers. And those two numbers, like the double digit number that came last, and you reduce, like, say if it's 12, like this is, you reduce the 12 to 3. It's like that 12 is still extremely important. And for those of you who are in the other live, when we were talking about those characteristics of God and things, that's where that 12 comes in. How about that? Yeah, man. It is. It legit is. Even looking at it in the sense of the hangman card, like looking at it as that energy vibration. But the theme of 2019, it's a year of self-knowledge, personal expansion, and empowerment. So it's growth through surrender and sacrifice. And this is funny. This year felt almost as if many of us were in God's waiting room. Almost as if everything you desire is so close you could taste it, yet somehow still unattainable. Patience was the key here, and that was intended to give you the opportunity to see your life from an empowered and objective perspective. We all needed to learn to surrender to the process or to simply what is. For many, this meant releasing something that has been with you since 2009 or 2010. And I'm going to get into why that is so important. Ooh. Oh, when orange pops up, I'm like, somebody say my name. 2019 was painful as hell. It literally was. I ain't going to lie to you. It really was. But for good reason. Because it's like in 2019, you're learning what's right for you and what isn't. And when I get into like those 12 checkpoints, And I have that in my notebook over here. When I get into those 12 checkpoints, I think it's gonna start to get kind of clear as to why. But in 2019, you're learning what's right for you and what isn't. You're laying the foundation for your life to build upon. So it's pretty much more or less in a sense of 2019 was hard because it was almost like spirit shaking the shit out of all of us. Like, wake up. Like, is this what you want? Are you happy? Like, is this empowerment to you? Is this what you want your life to look like? Is this what it is that you want to be manifesting as your truth? And the reason why that was so important, dude, because like I said, with these numerical calculations, it was kind of freaking me out. It's like when we talk about timeline shifting, like this literally was a timeline shift. Like 2019 was like, if people ain't got off their train, dog, that's a done deal. It's like for 3 years, 2019, 2018, and 2017. It's like the numeric vibrations of those 3 years is something unique that was happening there for those 3 years. And it's like once 2019 closed on yesterday, it's almost like the cycle is starting over. But like I said, every year it's usually like, oh, it's a new chapter. This is a whole nother book. It's either those of us who came to a level of awareness with this 12 vibrational energy, like coming into the enlightenment of the hangman, that Christ consciousness in a sense. And we're not talking about like Jesus. For those of y'all who be getting triggered, don't be getting triggered now. Christ consciousness is the ultimate goal of the hangman, you know? And it's like all of that is found through you realizing that you're in a situation where you couldn't do shit. It's like you just had to sit there and take it. But the purpose of that was for us to wake up, you know? So now 2019's close, everything's starting over is legit a whole nother book. But they got some people who, as opposed to many of us starting a new book with a fresh like page and the pen in our hand, of like, okay, I am, the author and the heir of my destiny. I'm in control of the situation. This is a story that I want to write. And I believe people who, rock with my channel, I don't think you could survive if you wasn't somebody who was in that place right now, where it's like you're taking dominion over your life. But they got some people, though, who closed that book, flipped that bit back open, opened it, and went back to chapter 1 of that same goddamn book. And they're gonna be doing that for I don't even know how long. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna send them love and light. We're gonna pray for them. You know what I'm saying? Little deliverance. They need a little something. But with us, I'm not concerned for you all because I feel all of you guys are in a new book. Some of us may already have a story concept, storyboard. Some of us may not know what we want to write yet, but the only thing that matters is that you have a blank book in front of you and the pen is in your hand. That's all that matters. Right? Dog, like that's some crazy stuff. I feel, to me, it's like, Hannibal Lecter, and they had him in like that glass box. That's what it looks like to me. It's almost like all of this stuff is happening around you and you're in this glass box and everything's like right there, but you couldn't get to it. And wasn't nobody letting you out the box. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure you. I'm super excited. Like, I'm uber excited. I ain't gonna lie. But the other thing that's important, so this more or less is like a prep year for the slay year in so many words. So another thing that's important is a theme with this year was people who were connecting to God for the first time, like understanding this concept of a higher power. For other people, it was more or less a reconnection and you being able to see the God light in you. So it's like some people got a deeper understanding of it. Other people, like for the first time, it's like really seeing how creation happens. So if we talk about like the mirror effect, it was having epiphanies where you're seeing like, wow, I'm seeing how my thoughts are becoming things. I'm seeing how what I'm thinking is influencing my behavior, or I'm seeing how my emotions affect me, right? So it's more or less coming into the awareness of you yourself being a creator as well. And it was more or less like a cracking open. So if we look at it like what do they call that? Like the cosmic egg? It's more or less it's this cocoon, this shell, being aware of oneself within this cocoon and this shell. But it's like by yesterday, it's like it's cracked open. So everything that you are within is very open, tangible, and accessible without, in so many words. So then when we're going into our feminine, our masculine energy, you know what I'm saying? If we look at this in that duality, 2019 was a mastery for both men and women of an understanding and a mastery of the feminine energy. And when I first got that download, I legit did not understand what the heck spirit was telling me. And some of y'all saw the little drawing. I think I showed it in the Wokathon that we did. But spirit's like, draw it. So it's like I drew it out. But once I drew it, it's like I saw it and I was like, I get it. So it's like that energy, that, fluid, like disembodied kind of energy. That's the energy that we were mastering. It's like that divine feminine energy, not in the twin flame sense, but literally like with this being our connection source to spirit in so many words. Like this is God. This is that feminine energy. The masculine energy is the world of form. And it's like, this is the bridge between us and God. It's like, that's almost like the proverbial etheric telephone, so to speak, because it's connected to both. So it was coming in tune with that. It was aligning with that, getting kind of familiar with her, seeing qualities of her within yourself. And the reason for that is because going into 2020 is a masculine form, matter, practical year. So the last that we've seen of like the whimsical, magical type of stuff, ain't gonna be none of that in 2020. You know what I'm saying? Ain't gonna be none of that. It's like everything this year is very 1+1 = 2. It's like if you don't work, you don't eat. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you put in energy into something, you sow seeds, you reap the harvest. If you don't, you don't. So it's not one of those like in 2019, it was kind of like that where there were things that we would do or, things that would kind of happen where it was just like, oh, the synchronicity of alignment and things like that. Like we had that year, we've experienced it, we understand how to manifest an energetic non-tangible sense, but now what's of utmost importance, like true manifestation work, is not just about like setting the intentions and aligning with the energy. The biggest challenge is, how do you take this spiritual work and birth it into the realm of form? Because it's like there's an epic gateway between the two. We can align with energies, we could, sit and meditate and raise the vibe. It's like we can do that because these are intangible things we can manipulate. But it's like, how do you make, if we say it in tarot terms, how do you make Wands energy turn into a pinnacle? How do you make fire earth? You know what I mean? How does one do that? And even if you look at it in the sense of water, it's like, how is we translating this into something that we can touch? But that's what the challenge is of 2020. Ain't gonna be that much of a challenge. Cause like I said, I did all this for y'all. You know what I'm saying? Anyway. So the whole thing that we're looking at now and the skills that we're learning is like strategic planning, like tangible action steps, goal setting. So with whatever it is that you experienced in an emotional sense last year, like you coming into the awareness of who I am, desire to be, who I aspire to be, like your ideal person, your ideal life, your ideal job, whatever vision you got of that in 2019, it's needing to be very clear on what that is. And what we're doing is creating a plan on how to birth that now into form in so many words. And that's, us using our good old little strategy stuff. Heck yeah. Alchemists and architects in it, man. Straight up. So the other thing is, it's not more or less us shifting from one energy to another. So it's not that we're going from feminine to now masculine. So the feminine gets left behind. And this is like more or less with us going forward in like collective ascension. It's like, it's understanding we do live in the realm of the dyad. There is this, that, here, there, up, down. But it's understanding that birthing of spirit into form, right? Like 3D Earth, even looking at us, I'm a body, but we got souls and things. But that's what gives us that integration. So it's not that we're leaving behind 2019 and the lessons that we learned with this feminine energy, that we're forsaking that. And it's like, okay, now I got to do masculine energy. It's like, nah, she coming too, right? We have her, we master her, but it's like, now we have to marry the feminine to the masculine. And it's like, we can't necessarily fully do that yet, because we have to understand the masculine first. Like, we need to understand, like, who are you? Like, how I work with you, you know what I'm saying? Like, what kind of stuff you like, But, we still got feminine energy right here. You know what I'm saying? I love my modologists. We working this like a whole little line, babe. That's what my Insta bio is. No way. Straight balance. You hear me? Okay, I subscribe. Is that the thing where you feel like you're growing away from people? Yeah. Heck yeah. That's what I touched on in episode 1. I saw that energy very, very clear. I think now more than ever, like why I said it's literally like we're in that whole cut it energy, because it's like in years prior, you've been able to tolerate being around people who are extremely toxic for you, being around environments and situations of people that were completely incongruent to your energy signature. But it's coming to a point now where it's like zero tolerance. And everybody who was in the last live can vouch for that. Like when I pulled cards and that tower came out, I was like, dog, spirit ain't playing with y'all this year. It's like, ain't no goddamn excuses. Nope. Oh, it's a blockade. I'm about to knock it down. Keep walking. I don't want to hear nothing. Ain't no sympathy, ain't no tears. Like whatever, we did that last year. Like keep it moving. But it's like things that we were able to overlook in years prior, you're not going to be able to ignore it now. And I say the same thing for people with spiritual gifts. If you know that spirit has been leading you, like we were talking about with starting channels and stuff like that. Because like I say, I'm a resource person. We were talking about in the last live, there's people who feel led to start YouTube channels and they've been dragging their feet. It's like, duh, learn from Princess, okay? Spirit tells you to do something, please do it. There's so many consequences you don't want to face when you don't listen to spirit. I'm just saying, okay? Speaking from experience here. But I was telling them in the last live that I wouldn't mind starting a mentoring group of people who aspire to start channels, like especially like tarot channels. Like, dude, we could literally have a powwow group and literally like I can help you start a channel, tell you what it is that you need. Like that's no qualms for me. Because the true story of it is we're all doing spiritual work. We all have a mission. And it's like we're assigned to different groups. For me, any person who, and I feel so weird in saying that, but any person who is a student of me, you won't be a student for long. Because I'm not a teacher of lifelong students. Not necessarily in the sense that we shouldn't be lifelong students, but it's like the people who are called to me are people who are masters already. It's like the only role that I play is helping you remember who it is that you are, giving you the tools that you need to get you into position to get you to your tribe because you have one. You know what I'm saying? So I was saying for me, it's like if you're feeling led to start a channel and a thing that's stopping you, or I mean, it was a channel, a book, whatever. And it's like I said with me, y'all, I didn't probably did everything. Like I wanted to experience like my career path to know what was right for me. So I've done so much stuff. So there's a lot of things I know. So it's like, I'm a resource. It's like, I look at all of us. It's like, we're a collective. We're family. I'm a resource. I care about you. I care about what you want. You know what I'm saying? I care about what it is that you're trying to manifest. And it's like, if any way I can assist, it's like, I'm willing to help. You know what I'm saying? But it's one of those things where It's like, yo, if you know you're being called to do, you better stop ignoring y'all who got Reiki tinging on you. It's like, oh, what is Reiki? Reiki is calling you. You need to take a damn course. You know what I'm saying? You get feeling led to go back to college. You know what I'm saying? Just like with me, I can't even say nothing. I'm about to convict myself. With me, it's going back to this PhD program that I don't want to do. And I'm just like, Spirit not saying that to me. No, that's not. I don't even know. Maybe I had imagined that. But it's like, even me, I'm like, I don't want to do it. You know, my brain's tired and things, you know. But if you feel stuff like that going back to school, whatever, you got to do it because it's no pussyfooting no more. It's like if you were able to make it over the hump to where you got this new book, it's like, it ain't gonna be 6 months into the year and you just sitting here on page 1 and you ain't wrote nothing down. You ain't even got no concept and no story or nothing. You know what I'm saying? Not about to be all that, you know? I just love y'all. Y'all so good at this. So the whole thing is like it's coming into alignment with that. So what that's saying to me is the seeds for what's going to grow in 2020, y'all got a whole bag of them bitches. Straight up. Can't nobody tell me at this point that you have not gotten some sense of insight, tinge, vision, ideal of where it is you would even think to go. If you don't know how to get there, that's totally cool. But it's like there's something that's tugging on your soul. And it's like whatever that is, that's the most clearest out of all those things, that's what it is that needs to be dealt with first, priority wise. You know what I'm saying? No more codependency, none of that. Yes, Lord. Diamonds. Diamonds. When I tell spirit, lead me to be a death doula, they don't talk to me no more. You know what's funny? My bestie, she got a reading. We were at a metaphysical festival, and you know she a Pisces, so Pisces be into those things. But the lady was telling her that, and it's like with her, she's really good. She was a social worker, so she's really good with working with people with death. Yeah, so that's something that she's looking into pursuing, being a death doula. Because with her she had a near death experience, so it's like with her having seen what it's like to have physically died and to see that and to come back, it's like she has a way to connect with people in a way that makes that transition less scary. I'm trying to tell y'all, because I said with me, I'm about to start teaching tarot, but y'all know the way that I read tarot. About to have a PhD in tarot in this piece, but you gonna know it. You gonna know it though. Yeah, man. It's beautiful. Like, I mean, I could even say like with the vibe that I feel, like what I felt last night. I don't know if any of you were a part of that, but I told as many people as I could that at midnight to, you know, set your intention for the most important thing you wanted to manifest in 2020. And when I tell y'all, dude, when I close my eyes, it's like what I saw. And that's why I said I don't know how many people did that. But it's like what I saw a bunch of people, but what I was seeing was like people's bodies like convulsing. Now, what that looks like to me, but it was like different colors. It was like outlines of people in like reds and blues and greens and yellows, but it's like their bodies were shaking like this and shaking to the point where I'm seeing this, but I started feeling it where it's like this energy just grasped hold of me. And I was like, dog, I don't know how many of my subbies are attuning to this wave right now, but I've never felt anything like that. Like it was like I got caught in a vortex, but seeing the people's bodies shaking like that, that's symbolic to me of like deliverance. And it's like literally, it's like as I'm like just, you know, doing my little declarations and things of the sort, as soon as I was done, I heard this like a megaphone where it's like this old Southern Baptist song, and this lady is like, I know I've been changed. And I heard that super duper clear. And I was like, oh, that's weird. And I was like, dog, I said, I don't know who it was that set them intentions last night, but I said they got some people who then got healed, delivered, delivered from bondage. And I said, I don't even know how many people like stood in agreement with me at midnight, but it's like a bunch of people who did that have healing, freedom, and deliverance and may not even be aware of it. Just woke up feeling some type of way, feeling a little light. I don't know why I'm so damn happy today, but it's literally deliverance, it's freedom, you know? And if you are aligning with things like that, spirit is working with you in a very practical way to unearth it, which is why all of this came up, because we can say it in a theoretical sense of I want to change, I want to be different, I want 2020 to be different, I want this year to be my year. But speaking from a therapeutic sense, just wanting it, that's not enough. Because it's like we have, and I was telling that in the last live, is like there's literally change, just that word. There's a whole system to learn how to implement change. Like change is literally the byproduct of several different things. But again, that's something you need to worry about. So we got a whole little course on that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, dude. Like a lot of people, when I say are freed, delivered, you understand, delivered, to see a vid on the full process. Just what to expect from the courses or interpretation on it, which is heck yeah, man. Most def. Yeah, dude, like that was some powerful stuff. That was beautiful to me. I was like, somebody just got set free. Got your little freedom, babe. Your little chains broken and things, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, dude, it's literally a year of doing the work. It's a lot of personal responsibility. And it's not the easiest thing in the world. Because I was joking with them earlier about that. Like, back in the day was like, I don't want to make a decision about something. It's just like, oh, let me go to a reader. Reader's like, you have gifts. I'm like, yeah, shut up. Should I say yes or no? Clarify it. Clarify it. Well, it's, I don't care. Shit, that a yes or a no. Because I don't want to take the responsibility of making the choice if I'm going to be wrong. I need you to tell me yes or no so I can blame you if it's the wrong choice, you know? So it's like not want to take that personal accountability, but it's like, ooh, let the twin connect. Oh God, yes, please let the twin, y'all still holding on to twin connections. I'm gonna get my belt. I don't care where you at. I will get on spirit flight. I will come to your house. I'm gonna put you over my knee and I'm gonna whip you. You understand? I'm gonna whip you. I will whip you with the belt over my knee. The moment you post the video at midnight, I went into a meditation. Everyone heart was one, and we all started going green. And I hear, "We are woken." Then we are all on wings. Oh, dude, yeah, that's some beautiful stuff. Like I know people got set free. There's no doubt in my mind. And I hope the people, like the people who did that, if they're here or listen to any of this, I never cared about a twin connection. I feel you. I'ma whip you. I'ma whip you, B. I'ma whip you. I'ma whip you because I love you. Reparations from the ancestors. Heck yeah, dog. Yeah, dude, it's like that's the thing. Another thing I wanted to say when we talk about people who are like bloodlines, like those who believe in bloodlines and things of the sort, and clearing karma for bloodlines. One thing specifically, there are people in our collective. I mean, in all collectives, really, but just speaking specifically to you guys, there's people who are masters who've incarnated with specific families to heal like generations. And it's not necessarily that you have any connection with these people. It's just more or less seeing like a line in need where it's like toxic patterns generation after generation after generation after generation after generation. And it's more or less you coming in as a person who has incarnated many times at the level of spiritual mastery. And it's like you're coming in as that cleansing agent to transform like the DNA of that line. So everything that comes after you, because it's like you stepping out, it kind of regenerates them in a sense. You're not anti-twin flame if you know that your twin is Jesus. Hey! Oh! Oh! Oh, sis Jesus, Lord have mercy. Whew. You ain't anti-twin flame if you know that your twin is Jesus. Oh! Oh! Wait a minute. If that, child, child, I ain't never heard nobody say nothing like that. Drops the goddamn mic. You ain't anti-twin flame if you know your twin is Jesus. What? Neighbor, I got a word for you. What? I'm Jesus. Technically, yes. I'm done. I am done. That right there, that was a word for somebody. Wow. Now y'all know I be all in and out of different like ethos and things, but that right there, that was fresh. Absolutely, though. That's the only thing I say. Like I was talking to them earlier about like something my daddy used to say. Like when my daddy used to say, like, the enemy can disguise itself as an angel of light. It's like that's what happens with the twin flame union. Like we talk about like skipping steps in ascension and how you shouldn't, use substances and stuff like that to skip the stages. Is like go through the process, be an honor to the process, allow yourself to go through the process in order. And it's the same thing like with the twin flame ethos. It's like depending on the level of awareness that we're at, we can only interpret wisdom that we come in contact with at the level that we're at, right? So if we come in contact with the twin flame union on a level of awareness, we have that certain level of understanding of what it's about because we don't know that anything else exists above that now, because that's the way ascension works. It's like the next level does not exist until you get there. So whatever level you're at, you think that's the top tier. It's like I'm woke. I understand. I'm a spiritual person. I have spiritual words. I have spiritual gifts. But it's like there's still so many levels that we aren't aware of, and you don't know till you get there. And it's like just like I was telling them earlier, how my understanding of God throughout my life, with me growing up Catholic, to me becoming like non-denominational, to studying Buddhism, to becoming, a spiritualist in so many words, a student of the gnosis and things of the sort. It's like who I've known God to be has evolved with me because it's like spirit meets us where we're at the level of awareness and consciousness that we're at. But it's like nothing ever stays constant. So the same with a twin flame union. It's like if we're not understanding it in a way to where it's serving us, like that's why I wrote Motherfuck Twin Flames, because it's like, and that's like therapist in me, because there's people coming in my office telling me that they can't leave situations where they're being destroyed because this is my soul in another body. Like, I have to do my healing with this person. Like, yes, they're doing this and this and this, but it's my fault because I'm still not healed. They're reflecting me. If I wasn't doing this, they wouldn't treat me like that. And literally, like, it was making me sick to my stomach hearing this, because it's like, dog, this is not okay. That's not okay at all. So it's like, I say that in a sense, if you're in a situation, a twin flame situation, where it's still taking away from you and is no longer adding, like if you think about the most epic version of you, and this situation isn't feeding into that, it doesn't make you wake up and feel like a goddess that's levitating on air. You know what I'm saying? Reinforcing what it is you already feel and believe about yourself is not in service to you right now. And what it's actually doing is working as a dark distraction and inhibiting your progress. So it's like the thing I say is, like for me, I'm not anti-twin flame, you know, but it's like my ethos on it isn't much like, I think, the general understanding of it, but it's neither here nor there. It's a school of thought, but it's like regardless of how a person believes it, if it's not in service to you right now, it's useless. It's like put it on the back shelf until it's in service to you. You feel me? Exactly. Loving yourself that much. It is stunting your growth. Hmm. And that y'all like, whew, makes me all emotional. It's like seeing, and I mean, it's people very, very serious about that. It's like, no, it's like you don't understand. It's like this is all my fault. It's like I don't know what's wrong with me and why I can't heal it. And I'm just like, my God, my God, that's not, that's not okay. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, dude. Self work is harder when you're with someone. Even more so when you have a person who isn't on that same page. How I woke up this morning, girl, fuck him. That's what I'm talking about. Do you have a brother? Me, I do. I do have a brother. Dude, for real. How do I explain? Wait, how do I explain my path to my counselor? Is that what you said? How do I explain my path, my counselor? Addiction is a toxic element with me and a Taurus. Oh man, yeah. You seriously helped me pull out of that mess. Oh, Mel, I love you, my babe. I'm so glad. Yeah, dude, like you, all of us, you are. Oh no, I have a twin. Well, people think that we're twins because we legit look exactly alike, but we not twins though. New year, new love. Yeah, man. It's like you have to be your number one priority. Oh, explain your path to your counselor. Man, that's a tough one. That's something that's been coming up to me a lot. A lot of people have been asking me, like people who are in psychotherapy, um, of how to explain that, but it's like, dog, we all have specializations in different areas, but it's like, but we learn so much about different religions and stuff as a level of understanding that we should have to an extent. But I do find like in our realm, like when you're talking about like gnosis and 5D, 3Ds and all that stuff, to some, mental health professionals, the first thing is going to be like, we need to screen for psychosis. You know, it's a fine line. So I understand the struggle. I understand the struggle with that. But I always say it's like your therapist is supposed to be in service to you and your process. And if you feel that your therapist isn't equipped in your area of need or in understanding facets of your life, it's like you have the right to terminate the relationship. Because I tell it to my clients all the time. It's like, even if you don't like me, it's like if you hire me as your therapist and you realize like I really don't like this bitch, I was like, please like terminate the relationship with me, because if you don't like me or if we're not vibing or if I'm not well versed in something, which I'm gonna admit my limitations. Like if somebody comes in and their belief system is spaghetti monster God, of all the religions I've read up on, that one not so much. And because that's the premise of your life, I would rather you go to someone who's more in service to you. But I would say if you have a therapist that you feel like if your spirituality is a huge part of your life like that, and your therapist doesn't understand, I would suggest like for the best interest of you, you want to be with someone who can understand that, because there needs to be a level of fluidity, because that can inhibit your healing process. Yeah. And that's because a lot of like, because transpersonal psychology is a thing, but it's still fairly new. I'm not gonna say it's fairly new, but it's like people are just starting to realize, like, oh, like the board let us do that. So we could like talk about that stuff, like numerology, like we could do numerology in sessions. Like people are just starting to come into the awareness of that. So a lot of people who are um spiritualists have a tendency to hide it because it's a thing of, people thinking that you're woo woo, tutu woo woo, you know, and thinking that would block you from having clients and stuff like that. Y'all know me, I don't care. I'm like, if you meant to be around me, the Lord gonna lead you to me. I'm just saying. But but that is something that's like really important though. Yeah, dog. I think that that's a beautiful thing. That's a very beautiful thing. Nah, dog, like people will really do it because it's the fact that, like, what I do is I give people permission to use their power. And I say that in a sense of like the bigger scheme of things of us as human beings. We've been so conditioned that with the most simplest things we don't know that we have the right to ask for. So a person who comes into a therapeutic relationship, they don't know, like they'll assume it's like maybe it's me that's the problem, like that I'm just not feeling this. But so there are people who would do that. I've never, and this ain't me too long horn or nothing, but I ain't never had that feeling, you know what I'm saying? But I always say that in the very beginning because a person's healing process to me is more important than me trying to hold on to you as a client if it's not in service to you. Because I feel like I'm hurting you if I'm doing that. If your therapist has crystals in their office, you might be in the right place. Huh, like me. One of my clients just gave me one today. I like on my little table next to my chair, I got buku crystals all on the table. Oh man. How about Michael Jackson? Come on. I love Michael. Yeah, man. Real talk. But let me get back into y'all little stuff. Let's see. Oh, last thing was we're integrating energies from every year prior. So the lessons from every year prior. And what I mean by every year prior is all the way back to 2009. So pretty much we're standing at the threshold of 2020 because it's first day of January. So it's like if you would imagine like there being like a little line here and you have like your little journey or woke backpack. And it's like I'm standing behind you and I'm like, all right, we're about to slay. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we're gonna get these lessons from 2019 you need. And we're going all the way back to 2009. It's like this is what the theme was. We're putting all that with you. What you guys are going to be doing is I'm also showing you the years that vibrationally are linked, which I'm about to get into specifically with 2019. Because 2019 is a repeat of a year that you lived before. So the dope thing about this is when you start to look at each of the years that are interlinked and you look at the fact of this decade, you can literally be able to chart your awakening, the epic shifts, like relationships, all of that stuff you're going to start to see because you're just plugging it into this format. And with this particular year, well, let me go to 2016 first. With 2016, and that's for those of you who twin flame collective people, or those of you who resonated with that message I got of the trumpet sounded in 2016, December of 2016. They heard the trumpet sound in December of 2016. What that is that there is something that was very, very clear to you then. It's like I said, it's either spirit speaking to you, it's an epiphany that you had. So to put it into a frame, say you were dating someone and it became very clear to you, like, I don't think this relationship is healthy for me, right? So by December of 2016, you were fully aware of this, but yet you went into 2017. Maybe you didn't talk to him, but somewhere along the year, you got back with that person, and it's been a back and forth, literally from then all the way until like this year, well, last year, 2019. And finally in 2019 is when you got to the point where it was like, you know, I don't deserve this. I don't have time for this. Why does that spirit brought that up? Is because you knew that shit in 2016. I told you that in 2016, but you just want to just keep doing the same thing. So it's a duality in the sense of you realizing personal accountability of the fact that you knew this in 2016. Like the trumpet sounding means like you had awareness, like it was the wake up call. You knew, but it's like you still chose to go in direct opposition to what you knew. So it's in the sense of like getting the whole collective to see with whatever that is for you, how you saw your truth and you denied your truth in service to someone else's. So you vacated yourself. When you knew what was in your highest good, you vacated yourself and you put time, energy, and effort over the course of time into another person when you knew the truth. Because the same conclusion you came to in 2019 was the same one that you came to in 2016. Now, where this is important is the why. It's like, why did you choose to deny the truth that you knew in 2016? Why did it take you? Like, what was it that motivated you to deny divine truth and to follow that path to ultimately end up where you were prior to, right? In a sense, it's rhetorical, but that's what it is that you're looking at to get these tools for you. Because it's like all of the tools that we learn, the wisdom that we learn on this whole journey, it's found in situations like that. Is if I knew this then, and in 2016 knew this, 2019 learned this, okay. It is like I knew this then. What was the motivation? What did I think was gonna happen? What made me think that that truth wasn't the truth? Because those are things you want to know, because these are things you can safeguard against going forward. So when you find yourself in a similar situation, you could be like, I did this before. This is what motivated me to do that. And it's like, this is familiar to me. Don't want to make that same mistake. And you can sidestep it. So it's like, that's how we're overcoming like pathologies in a sense, in a very tangible way. You know? Yeah, man. Because that's important. It's like, and I mean, it's real because you think about it, it's like if spirit spoke to you. So for some of y'all who may not have known if that was spirit that spoke to you or not, or if it was your own self-doubt, by 2019, it was very clear that that was spirit because the same conclusion was reached. But it's the thought of like, why did you believe that that was spirit? Why didn't you believe that that was truth? But I say it in a rhetorical sense, but these are questions you guys would be reflecting on that are going to give you epic ass epiphanies. Wait, was that Paul? You back target. Face Paul was up right now. Oh, Paul. Dog. I want y'all to know, everything y'all feeling, I feel like I'll write this stuff down. I was like, damn, spirit, damn, spirit. God damn. Real talk. Real talk, dude. She woke, stay woke. I like that. But it's real. And I can say that to y'all, like that process right there, that is a method that you're going to continue to use on this journey that you're on until the day that you transition from this realm into the next. It's like it's a form of self-analysis. But it's just, we have to be guided to know where we're finding these answers at. But I feel for a lot of y'all when y'all sit with that, because I mean, some of y'all probably like sitting up here like, oh Lord, like brains exploding and things. But as you start to go to this process, it's like you're gonna start to see it. So the more that y'all work through this, it's almost, I can tell you what it's gonna look like because it happened to me. It's like you're just gonna be journaling one day, then all of a sudden you're gonna get this little hazy feel, And it's almost like suddenly stuff not really taking off the page, but it's almost going to be like the pattern is going to lift off of the page and suddenly you're going to see it and you're going to be like, oh my freaking God, how did I not see this? But it's not going to be in a sense of like, oh, I'm an idiot. Nah, it's just going to be like, yo, like that was right there in my face. It is like, I knew that, but I didn't know, but I see it. And it's like, that's when you have one of those epic shifts where you literally, like how I was talking about earlier, when you get like that, I give zero fucks. Like when you get that type of awareness of a pattern that you've been stuck in, it's like, bump that. I don't have time for that foolishness. It don't get that serious. Ain't nobody outside myself that goddamn important. You know what I'm saying? So that's the first epic part of it with you guys. And the thing I thought was so funny, I showed them in the live earlier that Spirit literally had me write this. To write 2016 and then write 2019 backwards. Now we're going to get into the other element of where this makes sense. But when I did that, can y'all see it? Can antidepressants suppress spirit messages? No. Mm-mm. Nah. Victim or victor? Victor. Y'all saw that? You're dyslexic? What? Yeah, dog. I wrote that and I looked, I was like, oh my God, that totally threw me off. Now, where this 3 comes from, I'm about to get into that. But that literally tripped me out because it's a mirroring effect. Yeah, it's 9 and then 6. So 2016, 2019. And it's the fact that you got your 6, you got your 9. And then with the 3, that's coming from what I'm about to tell y'all now. But that literally, like, I wrote that. I was like, why would I be writing 2019 backwards? I don't get it. But I was like, oh, that's weird. That's freaking weird. Like, that totally threw me off, y'all. Oh my God. Paul, I cannot deal with you. Yep. And then when we look, I feel like I just sounded like Bad Baby just now. Yep. But yeah, yin and yang. And then we look at what were we just talking about? Last year was the feminine, now we're coming into the masculine. Because in so many words, the beautiful thing about this, it's continuing repeating messages. So even with the fact that December last month was extremely important in 2019, because just like I said with that 12, it was a 12 month, you know, and a 3-year. So it's like, it's the double, you know? I love that too. 2016 mirrored 2019. Well, 2019 mirrored 2016 in the sense that it was something that you got then that you got again in 2019, but is wanting to understand why I knew this then, but it's like I ultimately did in 2019 what I could have done in 2016 and wanting to understand the why behind it. Heck yeah. Real talk. Yeah, mirrored like a motherfucker, right? Dog. Yep. That's exactly it. I love y'all. So then when we're looking at the numeric vibration, of 2016 is a 9-year, right? So in so many words, in 2016, you guys were called called out from amongst them. For each person, that means something different. For some people, like I said, it's like this new introduction to a spiritual path, or it's ascending to another level on your spiritual path. For some of you, it was like that first little ping of your path, purpose, something like within that realm, like you stepping into your truth. Where that comes into the importance of the mirroring going on between 2016 and 2019, especially people who are in the twin union, it's the thought of like you were led to spirit because of that situation, or spirituality became a part of your life right before you got into that situation, but is needing to see that since then, right? Like this is a year where a journey within was to start as like the descent of the self. Like 9 year, it's like we're talking about like the inner hell, like dark night of the soul, going through this vindication process with ourselves. And it's the thought of like another human being comes along and it's still wanting to unearth that. It's like where you were spiritually or what you aspired to spiritually in 2016. It's like, are you any closer to that? If it's in a romantic sense, a family sense, friendship sense, have these people, have they helped you get there, or has this been a deterrent from that? I'm saying it in a rhetorical sense, but that's data you guys are gonna want to know, because that's still giving you more power in the situation, because you're seeing how you made decisions, gave that power away, gave that power away. And it's not anything to feel bad about, because last year was a personal empowerment year. So you stood in your power by the end of last year. But it's the fact that those years prior, like, what was it that made you just give it, give it, give it type of deal, right? Ooh, child, it do be like that. Real talk. Dark nights is not what's hot in the streets. And it says a desire to seek spiritual knowledge, um a year of self-discovery. Even if you didn't do these things in 2016, these are still like little nuggets we can take to put in your backpack, you know. So spiritual knowledge, self-discovery, getting comfortable with spending time with yourself, getting clear on the concept of what going within means, but a reassurance of like feelings that were felt in 2016 is like insecurity, not feeling sure of yourself, and feeling like lost AF, right? But it's more or less learning a balance between your inner and outer world. So if that's not something that you mastered in 2016, that's something that's going in your backpack of, going into 2020, this is still something that you would be mastering, right? Now, going into this is funny. 2019 was the graduate school to the undergrad of 2010, right? So when we're looking at the year 2010, 2010 has the same numeric vibration as 2019, right? So in essence, 2019, you were reliving 2010 again. So you had higher level lessons with this 12 energy, but it's like whatever was missed in 2010. So if it's anything you didn't get, or big karmic kind of stuff that dates back as far as 2010, those were a lot of the elements that you were dealing with in 2019, right? And it's funny, with a lot of people that I've said that to, like people in my life, it's just like it's them stopping and being like, "Bitch, you know what?" Like that is the response. Like, you know what? Do you? I know you that. And it's when you start to see those same elements. Hey, Charlie. 2016 is a year I would love to forget my entire life was going to shit. Dude, I feel you. I so feel you. 2016 was not It's not what's hot and straight right now. Kai said 2010 was trash. 22 was a crazy year for me too. Dog. Yeah. So vibration is the same year, but you had more responsibilities in 2019 with it having a dual number, because all of these other years it's a singularity with the number. Like, so when you add up all of those numbers, it's a single digit. There is no double digit. But with 2010, the theme and lesson centralized around discovering one's own personal power. Now, notice that 2019 was about self-knowledge, personal expansion, and personal empowerment, right? Like implementing my power. 2010 was centralized around discovering one's personal power. So this is a new concept at that time. It's like just getting acquainted to exactly what that is, right? So it's discovering this power, aligning with this power, connecting or reconnecting to God, creative inspiration, a desire for abundance and growth. And the seed of the glow up was planted here. So the glow up is what we're going into in the roaring 20s. But it's like the first seed of everything that you have become, everything that you have unfolded to since 2010, like that year, that's when that seed went into the ground. So what you are existing as now and what will continue to unfold going forward, that seed was first planted in 2010, you know? So many started new things, relationships, educational paths, jobs, personal development. Many were married, some were divorced, some had children. This year marked the bloom of seeds planted in 2009, right? And that's where like our whole decade begins. Beginnings of many things maturing or ending in 2019. So from 2010 to 2019, it's like there was a level of an exchange. Either the things that were started here or acquired after this point, those things either ascended to another level, right? Like reached maturation, they've been growing with you all the way to it, ascended to another level, or these are things that have since ended, like died. You know what I'm saying? It grew a little bit and then that bitch was just like, I'm out. You know what I'm saying? But it's more or less that culmination. So this is in a sense marries those 3 years, and that gives you like an encapsulation of what it is that you're dealing with going into 2020. Yeah. I realized that for myself too. The path that led me here started for me in 2010. And I didn't even realize that. So I was like, wait a goddamn minute. And it's like, oh wow, no way. Legit. I was hard in the paint in the church in 2010. But yeah, man, it's like that year, that was like beginning. So you went from that 3 to this 3. So it's revisiting those things and then learning that higher lesson of seeing the mirroring between these two. And then for some of you, is that middle point with 2016. Was a plot twist year for me. Stumbled into a job that allowed me to something. Oh, that's beautiful. 2010 for me was the first time I was ever able to like put my feet on the ground and be like, fuck that. I am important. My opinions matter. I don't have to be putting up with people shit like this. Why am I putting up with people shit like this and having conversations with myself alone in my room? Princess, why are we putting up with people shit like, why are we allowing people to do these things to us? And we're sitting up here doing what we want for the benefit of other people who just like, fuck us. Why are we doing this? Like, that's when I started having those conversations. And it's like, that's when that ferociousness was just like, oh no, ma'am. It's like, this is the line, don't cross it, because you're gonna regret if you do. Because I ain't got time for that. You know, I done nice things for you, cook your little meal, dropped you off, did this, brought your kids to school. You know what I'm saying? And you just gonna sit up here and violate my boundaries? Oh no, ma'am. Like, that's when I became zero tolerance. That's when I became my number one cheerleader. And to me, it was like, I have something in me that is important. That's something that needs to be honored. I can't expect nobody outside myself to make me a priority but me. And it was like, that's it. Like, that was that year for me. It's when I stopped being docile. I used to be very just, it's okay. I mean, I kind of did have plans of things that I wanted to do, but I mean, sure, I mean, I could put that off. I have, you need help, so, I mean, it's the least I can do. Like, we ain't doing that. Oh, man. Ain't this crazy? Anybody sitting with their mouth gape? Fresh out of flux, real talk. And y'all, I'm telling you, it just got worse. It just got worse as the years went by. But I mean, by worse, I mean better, It's like, I'm my number one cheerleader. For real, for real. Yeah, y'all know, it's like, and then when like I get in the spirit, you know what I'm saying? It's like it's like my skin feels like it's tingling, and then I keep getting hair in my mouth and stuff, y'all. I'm like, move. Hell yeah, man. It's like, ain't nobody gonna rock with you like you. And I mean that like 110%. Like, your desires, your dreams, your goals, they're never gonna be more important to anyone else than you. It's just not. It's just not. And I say, like, parents love us. They want what's best for us, but it's like that fire that you have for something that you just like, I know this is for me, dude. Like, I don't care what nobody say, like, I have to go after this, like, I don't care if this seems crazy, like, I have to pursue this. It's like that type of like grit behind something. That's not something that I can have for another person. Like, that's only something that we can have with ourselves. Yeah, man. Absolutely. And I always tell people, like, when it comes to giving, you have to prioritize yourself. It's not selfish to think about yourself, but it's like, never give from your source. When you give to others, you're always giving from your overflow. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, if you have a cup, like we think about Ace of Cups, you got that cup. When you're giving to people outside of yourself, you're giving from the runneth over. Because if you start giving from the cup, you're literally taking what it is that you need to survive. And it's like, you're taking your life force and you're giving it to someone outside of you that has the same potential to have a cup that runneth over like you. It's not your responsibility. So whenever you're giving to another person, you always want to make sure that you're giving from your overflow. If you don't have overflow, that's one of those things where you have to say, if I had it, dog, I would, but it's like, right now, I just don't have it, you know? And it's like, that's not selfish. It's like self-sacrifice. That is not what none of us trying to do. Like, a martyr, no, that's kind of not what the path is about. It's not about like giving of myself. I'm going to lay out on the cross, you know, take it all for me because non-attachment. I'm enlightened. I'm aware. I'm in alignment. Like, just use me of all that I have because I am so selfless and in tune that I will give of myself to you. No, that is not what we're doing at all. Because that ain't no type of life. It's like you're becoming like a host. You know what I'm saying? And I don't mean host like hosting parties. I mean host like a host for a parasite. And that is not what's hot in the streets. You know what I'm saying? So always make sure that you give from excess or you're runneth over. Don't give from your source well, you know? And that ain't selfish, B. It ain't selfish. Self-sacrifice. What's that? I've done that, right? Dog. And it's the thought, is the misconception a lot of times that we have of the distorted concepts that we have of what we have believed that love is the thought of like and I be sure when people read that scriptures like love is patient, love is kind. And I'm just like, you understand that that scripture talking about God, right? Like that's how God love us, not how humans love each other, because that's legit saying like you laying yourself out on the cross to just be screwed. It's like, well, you know, I don't hold grudges. And it's like, oh, so the person just gonna keep just slapping you in the face. And it's like, I don't hold grudges because, you know, that's not. It's like, okay, you can go that route if you like, you know, just saying, whatever. My cuppeth overflow. And how we should be with ourselves. Absolutely, dog. Absolutely. And that's where I say, like, when we talk about self-love and stuff like that, it's a term that's been watered down and it's like, oh, you love yourself. Yeah. But it's like seeing it in action, dude. Self-love to me is like it's self-respect, it's honoring. It's like the way that many of us have treated other people, tiptoed, eggshells, trying to be accommodating. Ooh, I don't know how they're gonna feel about that. Oh, let me see. Ooh, let me hurry up and do this. Like the way that you tiptoeing like that for somebody outside yourself is like you do that for yourself. I'd be thinking, ooh, you know, ooh, I gotta see how Princess feels about that. I don't know, because she might not. I really gotta see. Ooh, you know, that's how you should be about yourself. You know what I'm saying? Wait, this is my kundalini tingling. The kundalini martini. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like I need to shake that right there. Yeah, y'all. Like when I say spirit fire is hot up in this mother, because I feel it all in my bag. It's like fire energy. I feel it all in my bag. Real talk. Yeah, man. Absolutely. That's one thing. And one of the books I suggest you guys read, like my number one favorite book to give my clients, Learning to Say No, that's helping you establish healthy boundaries. That's one of the first things she says in the book, and I tell it to my clients all the time. When you start setting boundaries, people will literally get violently angry at you. Like how we was talking about earlier about families having fights over spades. Like families be having fights over boundaries. Like, how dare you choose yourself? How dare you not let me use you? Who do you think you are? I have every right, right? I have a right to use you for my highest good, for what's in service to me. And you gonna draw a line in the sand? The audacity of you. That's literally how people be acting over you choosing yourself. And then you think about how distorted that is. Like, what have I really been keeping around me? I've really been spending time with these people that is making me feel like a demon because I'm choosing me. What you mean I can't come over? Like, okay, so we not in a relationship. What you mean I can't spend the night? You can. See, you selfish. I'm selfish. Me? Okay. Okay. Y'all, I'm trying to tell you. People will get fire red mad at you for choosing yourself. Ain't no lie. Dog. Oh, yes, friends too. Oh my God. I have experienced that. I've had friends who've gotten friends who have like gotten in rages behind me saying, like when I was in school, it's like, yo, I got exams, like I'm tired. I really, and it's like, oh wow, you're a great friend. So I just can't go? Or so you're just gonna make me go by myself? Like, wow, you're a great friend. It's like, I mean, I got exams this week. Well, I mean, it's like, all I'm hearing you say right now is you're just talking about yourself. Like, you're talking about you. And it's like, I'm asking you to be there for me. And it's like, you can't be, you know what? Cool, whatever. Good to know, princess. Like, good to, it like literally like, I have exams. Really? But me accommodating, trying to understand, is like, dog, no, I'm literally telling you, like, I have exams for real. That was still me overcompensating. I don't need to give you no damn explanation. I said I'm not going. I'm not goddamn going. Took me a couple of more years to understand that. It's like, period, at the end of the sentence, I said, no, this is not a conversation, because I said what I had to say. Period, at the end of the sentence. I don't owe you no damn explanation. You're not my mom. And I don't even give her explanations because I'm grown. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, dog, it's that power, but it takes time to align with that, because you feel like you're being an asshole, but you're not. Because it's like, people who take advantage of us not having healthy boundaries, they're really assholes, because they're set on their end goal. Like, there's stuff they want that they want to do, and they're using people around them to get that done. Never think twice about it until it becomes a thing of you not giving me what it is that I want for what it is that I'm doing. It's never a thing of giving to you. It will be a contingency plan. One day in the future, I may deliver on this. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna feed you some stuff so I can get more stuff from you now, and then push that off. You know what I'm saying? But we hip to the game now. Whoo, child, when you take that power back, child. Huh. Papa Molly, I'm sweating. It gets real. It gets real, real. You know what I'm saying? It gets real, real. For real. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. That's like pure on objectification. But it's like the state that we're living in now. It's like that's become normalized. It's like toxicity has become normalized. Like, that's why I was like, dog, let 2019 be the death of third parties in situationships. Because the situationship shit is stupid. Like, it's so dumb. Like, it makes no sense whatsoever. And it's causing far more harm than good. It's not getting you what it is that you want. It's putting you on a goddamn contingency plan for what you want now, hoping that you'll get it one day in the future. And then it's causing all kinds of like unrest, because when you're thinking about a relationship, you want to invest into it, but there needs to be a level of commitment so that there's a container for the things that you're investing. But when there's a person who's in and out, it's a relationship, but it's not like they treat me like I'm their girlfriend. They treat me like, I'm their boyfriend. Like, we spend time together. We really don't have a title, but I mean, like, we're together, right? Because this is how it is. So it's like you kind of got one foot in and out, and then they blame you for like pulling back. Like, if like they do something and you like, ooh, let me pull back. And it's like, well, that's you. That's always doing this. You always ask to be in a relationship, this and that, da, da, da. So you're thinking like, but it's like, it's a situation that's doomed to fail because you're putting yourself in a consistent space of unrest, which is normal. Like, saying it from the space of healthy partnerships, everything that you're feeling there is normal because there's no stability. And it's like you're teeter-tottering in a situation where you're trying to like, ooh, I want to put in, but It's like, that's literally how situationships are. That's the energy of a situationship. Like, you like this the whole time. You want to put it down, but the second you like, I'm gonna put the bag down, then it's like they just disappear. It's like, oh, I'm not putting the bag down no more. So now you pulling back. Well, why are you being so distant? Oh, well, I should open up some, but it's like, and it's like that situation is doomed to fail because it implants so much toxicity into the person. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm like, y'all, leave that shit alone. Real talk. It's like, I feel like so many people, and it's not just dudes, it's chicks and dudes that do that. Like, putting people, or I'm not gonna say put people in them, because we're adults, we're choosing to be in them. But it's just like, it gives that person the ability to have the benefits of a relationship without the commitment. And then the other person is expecting to get the commitment and thinking it's like a trial period. So it's like, I got to prove myself. Like, let me show that I'm this person. Like, I got to be somebody who's not freaking out and asking all these questions when I'm in a very insecure, unstable situation where I feel like my life is in danger. You know what I'm saying? Not literally in danger, but it's like my heart is in danger, you know? But I'm trying to act normal. Like I'm cool, no big deal. Yeah, like you can go out with the girls, you can go out with the boys. Yeah, no big deal. Oh, you're not we're not doing Christmas. Right, because of course, like, because we're not, I'm not, I'm cool with it. I'm not trying to put pressure on you, like, whatever, like, we're just seeing where it goes. And you're like dying on the inside. You know what I'm saying? Y'all leave that shit alone, Lord. Like, I think those are more damaging than being with somebody who's just a damn asshole. You know what I'm saying? Because at least, the asshole coming home every day. At least you're in a relationship with asshole on Facebook. You know what I'm saying? At least you know that. Asshole, we know where asshole is. Asshole is an asshole. We know where asshole is. But with that situationship stuff, dog, nah. And it's many years. People waste of their life fooling with that. And I mean years. Because it's just, I messed that one up. I was being like, so possessive and controlling because, like, we aren't together. It's like, how can I expect you to just, like, call me, like, every day? Like, we're together. Because I'm progressive. Like, I'm not clingy. Like, what? Like, like, I'm independent. You're independent. Like, we're doing our career thing. Like, what? I'm not worried. Like, I'm not worried. I'm not worried. I'm not worried. Like, legit. Duh. Leave it alone, yo. That's something y'all need to surrender. Jesus. Surrender it, Jesus, in Jesus' name. Real talk. That third party shit, leave that alone. Somebody got a wife or a husband, leave them alone. Because there is a reason why before they met you. It's like it's the thought of they got a wife or they got a husband. It's like, why your ass ain't leave? If you ain't like them, you were so unhappy, they're so terrible, narcissistic with the kids, we sleep in different rooms. Why you ain't leave before then? I'm just saying. So all of a sudden now you need me in this marriage business. Suddenly now you want to leave, but it's, the kids and she's acting crazy, he's acting crazy. They're saying they're gonna kill them. So I really don't know how, I don't know how they're gonna make it without me, but I love you. Want to be with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want that, but it's just right now, the timing, right now, And you just sitting over here with your knees not met, goddamn, your knees still not met, Y'all leave that stuff alone. I'm telling you, leave it alone, Jesus. I'm just saying. Yes. Left polyamorous relationships in 2019 too. Dog. Wow, did you watch my last relationship? Goddamn, I'm so embarrassed right now. Dog, it's real, dude. It's real. This is real life. I say for all of y'all, do not feel bad. Like I said, I work with people for a living. I'm a therapist, dog. Like, this is coming in and out of my office. It's not just y'all. Like, this is a struggle. And I say this generation, like, people who are in their 20s, 30s, even 40s, dog, Lord, got people who messing with ladies in their 60s. They got men out here in their 60s playing these games. They got 60-year-old fuck boys, yo. Why, Lord? Why? Why? Like, what is happening? How you a fuck boy in your 60? You on AARP. Your ass need to go sit down somewhere. What is you doing? How you a player? You know what I'm saying? In your 60s and 70s. God damn it. God damn. Real talk. But dude, man, let that stuff go, dog, because none of that stuff is adding to you. I always say, if somebody wants to be with you, dog, they're going to be with you regardless. Like, they don't give a shit what the situation, circumstance is. They're going to want to be with you. Ain't going to be no, let's see how this go. Oh, I don't know how I feel about no title. Like, no. It's literally, I like you and I want you. You know what I'm saying? I like you and I want you. Like, we going to make this happen? You know what I'm saying? Going to you know what I'm saying? Poetry, like text poetry, some little emojis and things, you know what I'm saying? Like, they want you, dog, they're gonna be with you. Real talk. So it's like if somebody not coming at you and it's like giving you what it is that you want, don't wait for it from somebody. And you have the right to do that. That's not you being an asshole and that's not you being selfish. Just like I say for me, I I know I would not be an ideal partner right now because my main focus is like my business. It's a lot of stuff I'm trying to do. And it's like I would suck as I'm just being real. I would really suck. It'd be like, oh, you wanna come hang out at my office while I file these papers? Yeah, like, 'cause we could like bond. It's like, don't nobody wanna do that. So it's like me being realistic, it's like I don't involve nobody in that. Because I know I would neglect the crap out of somebody right now. But it's like that's emotional maturity, is knowing what I have to give. I can't accommodate that right now, but I'm not gonna involve somebody in that. It is like, just come to my office while I file papers and this is right here, you know? So a person who knows they're not ready for something that's emotionally mature won't involve you in that. But if you got somebody who is, they on that bullshit, y'all. 60 with a 3-year-old. Ooh, cha cha. See these old men. Yeah, ooh, Jesus. Now you know that's a damn shame. That's a damn shame. Damn shame. God damn. A 3-year-old baby. Ooh, Jesus. All delicious. I give money. I ain't mad at you. Real talk. Real talk, y'all. Really though. Is it? Self-respect is a real thing. It really is. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Oh dang, I don't know. Oh, there goes my mic. Can y'all hear me? Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Ooh, a but on you. Uh. Boom 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 boom. Mic check 1 2. A 1 2 1 2. Who. Hey, y'all can hear me? I'm like a chicka 1 2. Who. Sorry, y'all. Be single and say I just get around. Single people need to learn to leave those who want a relationship alone. Dude, for real. Oh, y'all can hear me? Okay, good. Y'all know I'm great. I don't know what that song is I was singing just now, but I feel like that could be a hit. Oh, it might have been my little clipboard. Yeah, man. I'm gonna put that on iTunes, y'all. I'm a chicka 1 2. What you gonna do? 1 2 1 2. Do you feel those who have parents who've never been in a relationship are easy targets for narcissistic slash partners? Parents who have never, those who have parents who've never been in a relationship, like meaning your parents, like your actual parent, like them not being married, or you never seeing them in like a romantic relationship. Real talk, dog. Wasn't Ron Jeremy? Oh, gross. If it makes sense, don't make sense. Yeah, like my mom adopted me, so she's never been in a relationship at all. Oh, no, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say people with parents who haven't been in a relationship are more at risk per se. There's not like a more of an inclination to draw someone who's narcissistic or that they would choose someone like that. I would say it's the same with someone who had both parents in the home and one or both of their parents was emotionally unavailable, because it's like the pathology that gets ingrained is the false belief that one has to earn love. So it's like I have to be something, do something in order to get like a little bit of payback. You know what I mean? Hey, Flo. And that was usually like the dynamic, you know? So it's like a unequal reciprocity with like rewards in a sense when it comes to love dynamics. But I've seen, people who grew up in two-parent homes, but it's just the fact the parents were physically there, but there was no emotional intimacy. So it was the thought of like they had to kind of perform, do stuff, or get in trouble or whatever to get attention from the parent. And it's that becomes what one is subconsciously looking for in relationships. So it's easier to be like, oh, this person, like, I'm not getting benefits from this, but it's like you're used to it. It's like I'm used to not getting benefits from situations where there's love involved, like intimate connections with parents, siblings, whatever. It's like I'm used to going long amounts of times without feeling validated, without feeling special, but it comes eventually. How do you get out of that childhood conditioning? It's work. I ain't gonna lie. It's work. It's it's a whole process, but it's not something that is like, you know, oh my gosh, this is like epic. It's literally like with me when I work with my clients, it's just backtrack and we're looking at your family dynamics. We're looking at the truth of how the relationship was between your parents. Because like I said, my funniest thing with people I work with is like, oh, my parents were great. I had parents, great parents. Like my parents were great. My mom, she's amazing. She's made so many sacrifices for being my brothers and sisters, you know. Uh you, great childhood, great parents. It is like, okay, sure. Not what I asked, but try this one more time. So it's unearthing that. It's and what they're saying too. Like part of it is a timeline, part of it is a genogram. That's my first two steps. My first two steps are genogram and timeline. But what I'm really looking into is the pathologies in your family. I'm saying pathologies. Looking for the pathologies in your family, not pathology. And it's looking at mom, dad, looking at their parents, looking at you, looking at your romantic relationships, looking at your siblings, looking at what the emotional dynamics are. Do we know what healthy love looks like? That's not necessarily a bad thing. It's like I think it's a societal construct thinking that a child can't be loved in a healthy way from a single parent home because that's all propaganda. Like the nuclear family is not the solution to all the world's problems because like I say, you can have two parents in a home, but if one or both of those parents are emotionally vacant or there's abuse from this two-parent home, a child that comes from an emotionally healthy single parent home is not worse off than a child that comes from an emotionally toxic two-parent home. But there's people who actually think just because of a person has a single mom, it's like, oh, they're just gonna be screwed up. Yeah, man. That's not a death sentence. It's literally not. Mm-mm. I guess I was just fasting. Yeah, dog. People feel guilty. Like people feel guilty and it inhibits a lot of people's healing because it's like it's the thought of like, dog, like how I'm just gonna talk about my mom like that. Yeah. It's really hard, but it's like we can't get to the root of it until you honest about it. It's like, because mom did this, and this. But she really tried hard, and single mom. It's like, dude, why are you making excuses right now? It's not about saying that a person is a horrible person. You have the right to say, like, yeah, you may have had a single mom or had parents that work real hard, but it's like you got to be real with yourself about what you feel like you got and you didn't get, from your parents. You have the right to say that, like, and in your healing process. So I tell that to you guys, like, if you have not been to therapy and you're considering it and you want to like do work on stuff like that, you got to prep yourself for that because it feels like a level of betrayal because you feel like, you're thinking about it like if it's a single mom, it's like, my mom really did do the best that she could. And it's like you'll like undermine how you felt. Like you could have felt neglected and like Like you didn't matter, and she worked all the time, and that made me feel this. And when she missed my games or my plays, it's like that made me feel like this. But you're gonna silence those wounds because it's like, but she was really doing the best that she could. And it's like that is a duality. It does cause cognitive dissonance, and it's not to say that one has to demonize the parent. It just was what it was. But at the same time, what you felt from your experience is very much valid. And I think like a lot of us, like those of y'all who are in my age demographic, is like with our parents, dog, like you ain't about to tell her, like if you're just like, I didn't feel nurtured. Well, you had food on the table. Yeah, I did the best goddamn cook. I goddamn heavy, unappreciative. You know what I'm saying? So it's like when it comes to us having those type of conversations, probably not. You know what I'm saying? It's not there. But that's where it's good with working with a therapist because you're able to get all of that stuff out without needing to talk to your parents per se. You know, because they don't get it. It's like a parent would take that as like an attack if it is a single mom that worked really, really hard. It's like, I did the best that I could. So it wasn't good enough. You said that what I did wasn't good enough. You're ungrateful because I, with your brothers and your sisters, and then you start feeling all bad, hmm It really does, man. And as I said with me, my parents got divorced. And it's like, I didn't realize I was until I was like in my 20s. There's like I held resentment towards my dad for like them getting a divorce. Why? Because I was totally like not blaming my mom and why I like put all the blame on him. I have no idea. But it's like I didn't get clear on that until I was in my 20s where I was like, I'm really angry at you. But it's like, why? Because it's like y'all got divorced and I feel like you just should have worked harder. Like I literally felt that. Child. But yeah, dog, I really felt that. But it's like with things like that, we have to get that out. You got to speak your truth because it's like our family dynamics affect us a lot more than we think, you know? hmm Oh, I understand that, man. I grew up with a Mr. Mom. Who child? I know, ain't this some stuff? I laughed at Casper, y'all. I knew you. Where have you? You did make me laugh. I was like, child, you ain't gonna be able to get no word in, B. Like we were saying in the earlier live, I wish that like YouTube lives could be where like I could see y'all and like y'all could talk back to me because I legit feel like that would be so lit. hmm Yeah, we gotta set them daddies. I have helicopter parents. My parents are very much like, what's going on? What you doing? Doing a little YouTube, okay. We at the office, okay. And it's like, can you give me that? What? There's a Zoom and YouTube combo? Are you serious? Real talk. There's a, don't y'all tell me this. We will start having ecumenical council in this piece too. Make me go research that. God damn it. Real talk. Yeah, my parents are total sweethearts. They really are. They were like, it's mushies. Little mushies parents is what I have. Hey, baby girl. It's my dad. Hey, baby girl. Hey, Danny. What you doing? Working like I was doing an hour ago. When you called an hour ago and asked me what I was doing. Ooh, attachment styles and healing. That is my jam. Do I do online therapy? Not yet. Because with my state board, I'm state and I'm nationally licensed. But with our board certification in Louisiana, we are under different. It's not to say that I won't be able to do it, but where when it comes to me moving to another state and me being licensed in that state, for like face to face, I'm good, but I have to literally go through every region of people that I would be seeing to go to those boards for this certification. And that's it's a lot of work, you know, but I'm getting it together. You know what I'm saying? Getting it together. Like I literally, like I was just reminded of like, oh yeah, that's what I was doing before the holidays. That long journey of these certifications and states and logistics. Suddenly I got sad on the inside. Oh man. Wait, what Casper said, y'all? 4 felonies. Ooh, child. Ooh, child. Jesus, Nevin. True that. True that. You ever come to Hammond? Nah, man. I've been to Hammond like once. How did I become? How did you become a therapist? I became a therapist. Well, I decided I wanted to be a therapist when I was in therapy. Like I put myself in therapy because y'all know I was really, really messed up. Like I was telling them, I was a messed up human being. Like I was like a little vortex of self-hatred, suicidal ideations, and toxicity. That's just woe is me. Just purposeless, no meaning. Like, you know, I'm here, just hate myself. But I put myself in therapy, and literally in the first 3 months I was in therapy, I saw like epic turnarounds in my life I had never seen. Like I literally was like progressing, and I was like, oh my gosh, like I feel motivated. I feel positive. Like I feel like I can do this thing called life. Didn't hate myself yesterday. Kind of didn't think about killing myself today. This is working. Feeling this. And as I started to go through the process, and I watched a person I had never existed as come to the forefront, which is like light being princess, like princess who was positive, like it was like optimistic. Like what? When I saw that person come to the forefront, and I saw like I was like, dude, I changed. Like I've accomplished things. I believe like I have things that I can do. Like I have a purpose. Like wow, right? So when I got to that point, I was like, this lady is like some kind of goddamn magician or something. I don't know how she did this shit because I was a very difficult person. I was telling them earlier, I was like, I was one of those people who was so self-sabotatory. I would like sabotage people into not wanting to help me because every solution you would give me, I would tell you how, well, you know, I tried that and you just don't understand because you don't know what it's like because like you don't even know because you don't know the pain that I've been through because like I was molested and you don't even know. You don't even know right now. Like, don't talk because I've tried that. No, I did that. Like, I did that. Like, I went to church. Like, oh my God. Like, I went to there. Like, shut up. Like, you don't even know. Like, I was one of those people. Like, one of those people where after a while, like, you're just like, you know what, bitch? You just sit here in your depression and squalor, right? I was one of those people. But literally the fact that I was able to come out of that, and I was like, for the first time in my life, I actually felt like, yo, I feel like I'm living. And I'm looking at her, I'm like, she's like a magician or something. I don't know what the hell she did. And I literally asked her one day, I was like, you know, I said, with everything that you've done for me, I was like, I legit, like, I would love to be able to do this for someone else because I was like, you've helped me in a way that I was like, I've never seen this much growth ever. And she's like, "What are you saying?" And I was like, how do you like become like a therapist? And me at that time, like college was not a thing for me. Like it was just like, oh yeah, we ain't never gonna finish the body college because we's not made for college. People like us don't go to no colleges. You know what I'm saying? So it's like for me to even ask that, and it's like, and when she said that, like she's like, you get your bachelor's, and she's like, you get your master's. Like when she said the whole thing with graduate school, I was like, oh man. And I felt kind of discouraged for a second because I was like, dude, first of all, I ain't about to finish nobody college. And I was like, then I got to go to like a whole like master's thing. And I was like, that's not for me. Because I was like, that is so far outside of my reach. Like, that's not going to happen. So it was kind of like, well, maybe I could do like a life coach thing or something like that. And then I ultimately ended up going back to college, but it's like I went for teaching. And then it's like that's when I started working in the school system, like doing clinical hours and stuff. And I noticed the stuff I was focused on with the kids. Like I was like, how are we expecting kids who are at home taking care of 5, 6 brothers and sisters with parents that are on drugs? It's like, how are we expecting them to come to school and perform when they're dealing with stuff like that? And it's literally the teacher that I was shadowing under. She was like, first of all, if you worry about stuff like that, you need to go be a therapist or something because that's not our concern. I just need to make sure that they get these scores on this test so I keep my goddamn job. And I was like, well, touche. So I literally went back to school, went to the psych department to see what I would have to do to like transfer. And that's how I ended up meeting my mentor, who set me up to go this whole path that I've walked. Is like she asked me all these questions about why I wanted to switch to psych. She's like, everybody wants to switch to psychology when they're trying to hurry up and graduate. And she's like, why do you want to do this? And it's like, I started telling her about when I was in therapy, and I said, I considered it, but I said, I don't really think I can do it because I said, I can't see me being able to ever get into graduate school. Like, and it's funny now with me saying that, dude. But it's like at that time, y'all, I need y'all to understand how low my self-esteem was. My self-esteem was low, low. Like it was on the low, low. Like I literally like me even just feeling like I could like achieve and do stuff. It's like I ain't really have confidence be talking about like leaps and bounds and things. Like we ain't gonna do too much. It's like we not suicidal. Let's just be thankful for that. Okay, we're not gonna be trying to do all this little extra shit. But yeah, dog, that's how it started. But I ended up switching to psych and went through undergrad, went through graduate school. And after when you do graduate school, all your courses with that, then you got to do your clinicals. When you get your clinical hours, then after that, you're going into like boards. So like for me, I do state board, I do national board. I knocked that out and graduated. Oh, yay. Yeah, man. Like I always push people of wanting to go that route, dog, because like counselors, therapists, like it's that wounded healer energy. Because it's like all of us are wounded in some way. And that's what led us to this work because it's like thank you, baby. When you heal like that, like I say, dog, like where I came from, I need the world to know. If there's hope for Princess India, my God, there's hope for you, child. I need you to know, yeah. Because I mean, for me, I was a tough ass case. Really. Oh, yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. I love NCE. I like that better than the what is it? The PC, whatever it is. The other one, the one for state. NCE to me, that was easier. But everybody I took it with they were like, no, the NCE was not easy. I was like, yes, it was. Like I breezed through that. The other one, I was like, I don't think I'm gonna graduate. I said, I'm not gonna graduate, Lord. Like, I didn't bought the invitation. I done told everybody else I'm just gonna fail. They're gonna be like, you ain't walking. And I'm like, I'm gonna have to make up a lie. I don't know what lie I'm gonna make up. No, I was so sure I failed that, daddy. Yeah, man. Like, it's a wound in all of us that led us into this work. I think all of us were, dog. See, when it's time for us to take boards, dude, bruh, let me tell you something. There ain't nothing in the world ever again will I ever want to take a test for anything ever. Because the level of sickness you go through with studying for this test, Lord, and the fact that they, like, you got to take it the month before graduation. So that means if you fail it, you didn't got your cap and gown, boy, invitation sent them out. You're going to find out like 2 weeks before graduation whether you passed or not. If you failed, oh, you ain't walking. You know, they ain't about to let you walk up. Like, oh, you ain't about to walk out here with no master's degree, with no credentials and things. Oh, no. So that was probably the most nerve-wracking time of my life, dog. I wouldn't. You couldn't pay me enough money to go back and do that again. No. And I got so wasted. Like the day that I found out I passed, all my homegirls, like they were like, they got our scores. And I was like, huh, they do. And I remember I was on traffic. I was in traffic on the G&O bridge. And I was like, oh, whew. And they were like, it's in the email. And I was like, all right. I was like, shut up. Just hang up. I'm about to look. So we all went to look. I opened up that email and I was just like, and it's like I slowly looked down and what I saw I passed, like I just burst into tears. I was like, thank you, Lord. And then I got so wasted. Like I literally got off of the bridge, went to a bar and got wasted. All of us did. Like all of my cohorts, we met and got wasted in the worst epic kind of way. Dog, that is the most stressful shiznit ever. Don't want to go back to that. Love everything about doing what I do. Never again would I ever want to go through that. Boards are not fun. Not even a little bit. It's like, feels like, death. It's a terrible experience. What? Are you serious? They have y'all do 3,000 hours postgraduate before they let y'all take boards? Or that's y'all clinical hours? What, child? And I found out in Ohio, with them, they don't even have a provision, like a provisionary period. Like they passed the boards, they can come straight out and they don't ever have to have a supervisor for licensure. Hey there. That's wow. Oh, 3,000 post grad before you can even take. Are you serious? Are you? Whoa. Oh, y'all. That's great. 3,000 hours? But you're taking your boards before. But with y'all got to do the 3,000 your job. Oh my God. Lord Jesus in heaven. That's crazy. Different strokes for different states. Real talk. And it's like, and that's so strange because in Louisiana, they were telling us like our requirements are the most difficult. And I was like, they are? But I think it's like so much rigmarole we have to go through. Like, don't you know how drove I would be? Like my job? What if you got a boss that don't like you? Dang. Oh, girl, tell me about it. Tell me about it. Dang, all you had to pay was $125. Ah. Ah. Got that hot 350 over here. You know what I'm saying? That's not even talking about NCC fees. Keeping all the other stuff up to date with the all the credential, the ACA and all that. Jesus in heaven. Y'all so much money. And don't even talk about insurance, malpractice insurance. Oh, God. It is like all that hit at the same time every year. It's like June. Princess be real sad because it's like everybody just come like, oh, you want to keep doing this? And I'm like, "Mm, mm, mm, mm." And then it's like, oh, gotta go get these CEUs. Uh, it's 3,000 in Alabama too. Dang. Dang. Yeah, dog. NCE. That's why I said I need to pass that first time, though. I ain't trying to pay that money again. Insurance and membership, dude. Neuro linguistic programming. So VA wouldn't pay for life coaching. They said, yeah, yeah, yeah. When it comes like with coaching and stuff like that, yeah, because it's a different model. Like I mean, from our where we're practicing from, coaching, like we can do coaching. It's more or less from a solution focused perspective, but it's gonna be something that's not like deep trauma set. It's kind of like I get really nervous when I speak in front of people, and we can do like a solution focused therapy treatment plan with that, with helping you with some skills, things along the sort. But it can't be like deep work because it's like with the coaching model, it's I don't want to use the word superficial, like nullifying it. It's just that it's more solving problems as opposed to understanding the inner workings to why they're there. Is more or less like this is a gear that's not moving. And it's like we're creating a model that's targeted to get it moving, but we're not really so much concerned with the why. 75, God, oh, y'all, like I feel like these people just be coming to suck all my little bank account dry once a year. Oh, they pay for pill support? Yeah, nothing clinical at all. Nah. Mm-mm. It's more or less like motivating you and helping you like overcome those blocks. Yeah, exactly. Coaching is more of a directive type of thing. It's like this is where you are. You're saying this is what you want. This is what it's gonna take you to get there. Like if you are, you have issues with social skills, you have issues with connecting with people in a social setting. It's not why, it's more or less this is the issue. These are the skills you need to be a person who, is great in social settings. A person has emotional intelligence. So it's still not looking at what those blockades may be to why, when we're teaching those skills, why that person may not be acclimating to them, or why it's like now there's adverse effects anxiety. And the only thing that I say is like, I tell people all the time to understand, and I say that for all mental health professionals, understand what a psychiatrist is, what a psychologist is, what a therapist is, what a coach is, what a social worker is. Because everything that we do is different. Like how we approach things is different. And it's like with a coach, it's like you can go to a life coach with the intention to revolutionize your life, but it's like you're not. I mean, you could. I mean, you can revolutionize your life in a sense of like skill sets, but if you're talking about like healing, it's like that's not what a coach does. It's like they're a motivator. And it's like problem solution. And that's not a bad thing. It's just that's what the model is, you know. You're so welcome. LAPC is in Georgia. Gatekeeping parents. You mean like with me? Or with like just in general? I've just finished an 8-hour shift at work in Princess India talking on my Bluetooth headphone, and I'm like struggling with my Australian accent. Dog is fighting words here in Australia. Very Confucius right now. Uh, oh man. So why not that and not coaching? Oh. Peer support. Yeah, with peer support, especially if that's in alignment with the VA, I could see why. I can see why they would align with that because there's statistical data that supports how useful peer support is because it's more or less like there's a commonality. It doesn't need for the person who does peer support. It's like they're trained in skills of facilitation of groups or even like, one-on-one powwows. But the healing essence with peer support is the fact that this is somebody who has been through what it is that you're going through. So it's like, so we're talking about like PTSD, and we say in the sense of like VA, this is somebody who went to Afghanistan, you went to Iraq. Both of y'all came back PTSD, but they came back a couple years before you. They went through this process. These tools work for them. They're in a place of healing and mastery. So they can meet you like, yo, I was in Afghanistan, you was in Iraq, da, da, da. That's the connection. Been there. These were the issues I had. I totally get it. This is how I worked through it. So it ends up becoming a motivating thing because there's a healing connection element to it. So I can see why the VA would put money, like how they would let you get the training with peer support. I could see why that would be. Because it's like with coaching, it still is that directive. And peer support would be the closest thing that has similar to therapeutic results with a person who isn't licensed because it's just that that communal healing that we have with humanity, that wonderful effect we have on each other. But in general, with gatekeeping parents, what are gatekeeping parents? I've never heard that term before. Is that like helicopter parents? So someone who has been there wants to hire credentials that would benefit the person wanting the education in Ohio. They enroll them all together, even if they don't have PTSD. Yeah, I see that. Wow, that's interesting. So even if they don't, that's so strange. So strange. Usually people who do peer support are people who it's usually trauma related. And it's something that this person has gone through that they've mastered through their healing process. Hey, Melissa. So that's strange. My outlook on weed and marijuana, I don't really have one. I feel like if people want to smoke the ganja, they could totally smoke the ganja. I just know for me, like, we had a whole talk about that. It just don't work for you, girl, y'all. It don't do nothing for me. Just make things worse. You giggle, laugh, and you eat. It don't do nothing for me. But I think with people, like, the only thing I say with that, and as me therapist had the concern for me with people with that is making sure that it's not something that you're using as a dependency, because a lot of times it ends up becoming an emotional crutch. It could be like a chemical imbalance in the brain, like where someone could have low dopamine production and they start smoking weed, and the weed ends up becoming like a medicinal, like a therapeutic medicinal self-treatment in a sense to supplement for the low production of dopamine in the brain. And then like people say weed isn't addictive, but in that sense it is. Because now your brain knows what it's like to produce or have the illusion that it has higher levels of dopamine. It knows the weed equals more dopamine. So it's like now it's like I need to smoke weed to feel normal, you know? So I always tell people, like, in the sense of making sure like mental health type stuff, you got that stuff in check. But I mean, if it's something you're doing recreationally, then you know, doing your thing. Yeah, and that's another thing. It could be a numbing. And it's like I feel if you're not using it as a coping mechanism, Like if it's something you're doing at leisure, that's cool. But if it's to the point where it's a coping mechanism, it's like that's something you got to get in check. Because even though it's not addictive like a drug, you know what I'm saying? Like heroin or something, it's not addictive like that to where your body has a chemical dependency on it, but then it does. Because weed is the only drug that our brain creates a neuroreceptor for, you know? So it's like when you smoke weed, your brain literally grows a new neuroreceptor that is geared to catching weed, like weed neurons. I don't think they're called weed neurons, but you know. So it's something that your body does get acclimated to. It's just when it comes to like mental health wise, you want to make sure you're not putting yourself in a position to where you're coming in under the submission of it, you know? Yeah. See, I don't practice from the medical model. It's like I do when I'm doing diagnosis, like when I'm diagnosing, when I'm creating treatment plans in that sense, but my practice is from the wellness model. So to me, I don't like that whole I'm an addict, I have a disease, because to me, it's like you're taking ownership of that. It's making you who you are. Like, that's the definition. I'm seeing myself through this lens, and I feel like that's very disempowering to a person because it gives you the illusion as if you're helpless. But I understand why it's seen that way. Like, I feel like in a treatment modality, for us to attack like your plan of treatment through like this thought of saying, if I look at this like a disease, and it's like I'm looking at your interventions in the sense of me trying to contain this, to heal it, to vindicate it. I understand it in that sense, but it's like, man, that just, ooh, I don't like that. And that's because we're in two different camps. Like every person that practices with mental health, some of us are a wellness model, others are medical. And it's like with that disease stuff, dog, it's just like, all of us just be, yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, yeah. And as I said, it works two ways. And that all depends on the makeup of the individual because I can look at a person's like two different personality types and I can see ways how that can work out bad. I can see a person who has a tendency to self-victimize that's codependent and wants to be rescued. I can see how that lack of accountability where it's like, "Oh, I'm at the victim, like I'm a victim to this thing. Like I'm at the will of this." And I can see how that can further ingrain um their behavior that's inhibiting their growth, you know? But then I can see another person who will take the personal accountability, but them taking it to the point of where, I am this and I am that, and that more or less becoming this cross that they bear where their sense of self is now degraded because they're this, you know? Yeah, that's another thing too. Coaches do talk and therapists do listen. I think all my clients that watch my they hear me talk more here than they have ever heard me talk in my office. I'm always, I'm the one hit quitter. I'm listening. And every once in a while I come in with that what my client said, oh, I just got therapied. I come in with the therapy questions. But take two things you said that contradicted themselves, put it in a question form. So what I hear you saying is insert contradiction. And then it's like that look just come like a deer in headlights. Damn, I see what you did there. And I'm like, hmm, interesting. That's so funny. I know my fur not falling. My little chinchilla back here. My little chinchilla. Ha. Oh wow. Yeah, man. Numbing of the pain. Narcs are, and I don't say this in a sense that you should have compassion for them, but I don't even think people understand the level of inner turmoil that narcissists are in. It's not compassion to the point to where I'm like, oh, let me canoodle you, you soulless little agent. But it's just like, duh. Like, I think an empath who depressed is like, that's pain. But it's like, dog, the pain that they're in is like a soul sucking demon that's just always sucking just everything it is that's in them into this horrible tornado of a vortex of a void of what used to be a soul, you know? Yeah, the great pillow still hanging. Y'all don't see no demons in the great pillow now. People sending demons to me and things. I am indeed. Indeed. Yeah, man, soulless little agents. You know what I'm saying? You see the eye in the pillow? Okay, sassy lips, like the sassy lips. What's gray rocketing? Oh, that sounded profound. Never get high for recreation, but for recreation. That's some deep shit right there. You see a face with glasses? What? Okay, I can see the face with glasses. Looks like a dude. It would be a dude like this is his face. That's his little neck. He has like this little swoopy thing going on with his hair. And that's his glasses. I can see that. Hi. You see a cat? Well, she got her a strawberry martini. Then I saw the pattern of a broken cycle. Really? A cat? Okay, I can see the cat. I can see the cat. Oh yeah, man. Demons are very real. Very, very real. Great Grouch from Sesame Street. Yeah, man. Demons are real, real, for real, real. You know what I'm saying? A fish? We done got all off in our little conversation with Witchamadinky. With our little therapy. Oh, I can see the fish. Now it's looking like a cat that has the haircut like the guy, and he has glasses. Oh, 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 the gatekeeping. Dude, no. Do you know about the whole thing? Like there was a when I did the 11-hour stream, like everyone saw like an owl in the pillow. The war shock pillow, real talk. Like everyone saw an owl in the pillow. But the thing that's crazy is I literally was like joking and I was like, oh my gosh. Like as soon as like someone said it, I looked, I was like, oh my God, I totally see it. And I was like, and look, he has like a little crown. And I didn't think about it at the time. And then someone had asked me in the chat if I knew what seagulls were or seagulls, however you say the word. And it didn't hit me until the other day that I was like, oh my gosh, the owl with the crown, that's a demon. Oh my gosh. Whoa. How did I not notice that yesterday? But I was like, that's really weird. Creepiest shiznit ever. I was like, oh yeah, I remember that guy. Hey, Wendy. Oh, it is. Y'all, I looked at the time. It is 11. Yeah, man, they like people who can give compassion and who are understanding. Oh, yeah, hit me up. Hit up my email, girl. I'm gonna run through this last stuff for 2020. So I just looked at the time like, child, it is 11 o'clock. And I know y'all got to go to work in the morning, you know? Oh, yeah, man. Real talk. Oh, yeah, it's 11:13 by me. You not screwed. Real talk, man. That's some real facts. Epic facts. Mm-hmm. Oh man. FMLA has been the bane of my existence. Dang, the store is closed. Well, see, the interesting thing with demons are it's not really so much them being in the sense of like entities that are around you. Demons are a lot more insidious than that. It's like if I were describing the sense of like a mental health sense, a demon would be an energy frequency, right? And that frequency would translate to something in mental health that I would call, dissension and confusion. So a person who lacks confidence in their decision making and inadvertently self-sabotage because for every reason that they could is every reason that they shouldn't, and they end up like pretty much Eight of Swords energy. Like you get into analysis paralysis. Like that would be a mental stronghold and fall under the category of demon, you know, but or pride, like that's legit a demon. Hmm. And it's like with them, it's like they're getting you in places to where they can have dominion and control. A person who isn't awakened, who still is in sense consciousness, is like you're prime pickings because it's the thought of thinking that your brain is the true authority. Like my mind is the true superpower. When in reality, your heart is, right? Your heart is the seat of the soul. And we're going through the process first to awaken to the fact that the brain is nothing more than a tool to be utilized by the spirit being that's in the body, you know? And that's like the first awakening process. But when a person isn't aware of that, and it's like the end all be all knowing, all seeing, all being is the brain, it's like you can be under demonic influence in your mental patterns that keep you stuck. Make sure you're not the demon. Right. They would be like the polarity of an archangel. So am I a demon? No. A human, you can't be a demon. You can be under the influence of one, but you wouldn't just flat out be a demon. So. We rebuke that in Jesus' name. Real talk. Yeah, man. And that's why I say the thing is like, that's why I love teaching stuff like that because demons sound so big and scary. It's like the way that I teach demonology is very practical. Like I told y'all, it's character traits. Like the same way we learn about character traits with, people. It's the same way that we learn about spiritual things. It's like just like how you would learn tarot. It's like if you were to talk about the King of Wands, it's like what are the characteristics of the King of Wands? It's like, you'll some people like with me, I'm a narrative person. I'm like, the King of Wands is the kind of guy that could make something happen with a piece of string, a paper clip, and a cup. Make magic happen. He's very resourceful, very confident, make the best out of a bad situation. You know what I'm saying? So it's like all of those things of that element of this archetype, because it's not a real person. It's like those characteristics that make up that symbol. And it's the same thing when we're defining spiritual things, whether it's God, angels, demons, what have you. I'm pretty sure my ex is a demon. Like full on Satan. Dog, I feel you. The polarity about archangels is a demon. Do you believe in earth angels? No, I don't really believe in earth angels. Nah. I mean, not in the context to which I'm familiar with. No. Like, I don't believe that there's like humans that exist at some higher angelic level that meander around in human bodies. Nah. No. Not at all. But in that polarity, yeah. Because I mean, and that's if you go into the narrative of the ethos that angels and demons come from, with the whole Lucifer, him being like, the lead angel of praise and worship, the morning star, and the rebellion of like Lucifer wanting to be God, and he turned 1/3 of God's angels against him, and they had this war, and of course he lost. And I always asked as a child, like, why would you be that dumb? Like, we talking about God here? So I mean, like, you just thought like, oh, author of the universe, let me just kick you out of all this you created. It's like, you don't think he would just be like, oh yeah, backspace, delete that. We're just gonna go ahead. This whole thing's gonna be is not, you know? So that whole concept to me, I was just like, this dude was dumb, But when he was cast out of heaven, the 1/3 of those angels um were cast down to earth. And that's who becomes what we know today to be demons. And then the name for them is the Nephilim. Because they started, procreating with humans and things, started creating giants and all that. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thought of why it is that the flood allegedly happened was to cleanse like those, Nephilims. Like for real. Like that's what I'm like, look, I created this whole thing. Like I could like undo this and then redo it again. And you're kind of getting on my nerves. So how about, yeah, let's just do that. Let's just make you not exist and start this all over again. Yeah, man. And I say like with demons, it's like they're gonna do what they do because that's what they do. Like it's being on a program. Like just like the same thing with archangels. Like archangels do what it is that they do because that's what they do. It's like we're the ones where we have will that we get to direct, you know, but they do what they do. So it's like, Leviathan always gonna be Leviathan because that's what Leviathan does. Jezebel gonna be Jezebel because that's what Jezebel does. Jezebel don't know how to be nothing but Jezebel. She just trying to be Jezebel. You know, she's just trying to sow a little seeds of discord. You know what I'm saying? She's just trying to cause chaos, calamity, and conflict, turn people that love each other against each other. That's all she's trying to do. Yeah, man. That's real. Not at all, man. See, that comment right there, that's one of them things, though. Once you go through this process, you're going to come to a place where suddenly why we're here, how that happens, is going to make so much sense. And you're going to be like, I get it. I feel that. Or y'all know about Jezebel? Oh, angelic visitations. I've never seen like with my physical eyes. I know my one of my really really good friends does. Like she be seeing them. Oh, the succubus. No, it's not a stupid question. It doesn't. Mm-mm. Yeah, man. Like y'all don't get me started on the Bible because you already know I'm doing my Bible study this year. But the way that I read the Bible is like I'm not gonna say the way I read it, but the way that I teach biblical doctrine, it's very it's I'm not gonna say it's very different, but it's like it's different than what most people are used to, you know? So, but it's like even if there were anything missing or not missing, even I'm pretty much even in possession of the things that are there and aren't there. Like, you know, Catholic Bible has the Apocrypha and the Christian Bible doesn't have the Apocrypha. And then we talk about Dead Sea Scrolls and all these other kind of things, so on and so forth. But it's like the dope thing about the Bible is from Genesis to Revelation, it's the same story being told over and over and over and over and over again. And the characters are just changing. But there's one central story from Genesis to Revelation that's told, but all the stories around that one story, it's literally, and I realized that when I was young. And I think by the time I was going through the whole Bible, probably by the time after I got out of the Pentateuch, I was like, dog, it's like how they keep doing the same thing. Like it's like this is they've been doing this since Eden. And I was like, how? Like this the same story, but it's like it's different people. Like, cause it was like the same plot. It is like to me at the time I didn't get that, but it's like now it's like I totally get it. Like there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. Legit, there's totally a reason for that. Because human beings don't change, man. So it's not necessarily about the characters within themselves, it's like within the narrative, what is it that's being displayed here? You know? So it's not even using it like because I think people use the Bible wrong. Like people be looking at it like a historical reference point. It's like it's not a history book. That's not what it is. You know what I'm saying? And then people are like, oh, you know, it's philosophy. I mean, yeah, but it's not something where you look at like Buddhist texts and you have like, oh, you know, the Four Noble Truths, you know, the Eightfold Path, major tenets of Buddhism. That's not how the Bible is written. It's not written like that. Like, it's not a chapter that's saying, like, yo, so this is what it is, you know? Like, you got the Ten Commandments, you have the Beatitudes, you know? Yeah, you got, you know, the golden rule up in there. But it's like, what is that? What's the purpose of it? Like, who was that for? And it's like with studying the Bible, you have to learn Bible study skills before you even get into studying the Bible itself, because there's so much stuff you have to know when you're reading a book. Like if you're looking at Genesis, you need to know like who was the writer of Genesis, who was he writing to? Is like, is this a poetic book? You know what I mean? Is this a book that's talking about a lineage? You know? So it's like you need to know the context in which something is said. So it's like even like when people take certain scriptures, it's like, oh, well, the Bible say this. But it's like, yeah, that scripture that you pulled out, that one line says that, but it's like, who was saying it? Who are they saying it to? Like, we need to know the whole story within which that was pulled out. You know what I mean? Because that completely changes the dynamics, especially if we're talking about Old Testament versus New Testament, because like in a Christianity sense, a lot of people quote a lot of stuff from the Old Testament, and it's like that's not like that led into why Jesus came and the New Testament exists as it does, and it's like that's not a reference point because that's law. You know what I mean? So it's like these are all things like it's levels to that of being able to understand it. But I feel like even it's like not even being a Catholic Christian or whatever. It's like it's ancient wisdom, and I feel like anyone can benefit from it because what it's teaching you about is life. It's teaching you about being human. It's teaching you principles for living, like the challenges that we go through here. And I feel like it's a disservice to a lot of people because it's like, dog, you know how much, like, I feel like it's just easier. Like, dog, instead of buying buku other books, like, for probably like 50 books I have, I probably could get most of that stuff just out the Bible. Like, even still to this day, when I'm thinking of certain examples for stuff, I could recall Bible stories quicker. That I saw somebody say like Aesop's fables. Like before something from literature would come up in my head, or I could think about a story with the Buddha. You know what I'm saying? It's like I can recall stories in scripture like that because it being so ingrained in our society. But they're great allegorical examples of very valuable human lessons. And that's where I say it's like looking at the Bible, it teaches you how to live. But if you read it from a legalistic sense of should not, these people are good, these people are evil. If you look at it from that legalistic view, I feel like it cheapens the level of wisdom that's in there to even deduce it down to a whole book of should, oughts, or supposed tos, and anyone who doesn't fit this certain narrow, idealistic way of being is just, you're going to hell. You don't know Jesus, you're going to hell. I feel like to deduce that whole ethos down to something that low, it's sad. It really is. Because I mean, dog, it's lit. Heck yeah. Real talk. The book of Jesus. I've read all those. I got all them daddies. Like the Gospel of Thomas, that's probably one of my favorite of the Dead Sea Scrolls. And I love that because, man, how the Gospel of Thomas, like the whole like illustration of Jesus in the Gospel of Thomas. Oh man, when I first read it, I couldn't put it down. I was like, dog, this is freaking amazing. Like I felt reading that the way that I feel reading Proverbs. Like I love reading Proverbs. Like with all the wisdom of Solomon, it's like, duh, man, that's so true. What? Yes, that's so real. That's how I felt reading the Gospel of Thomas. But it's very Gnostic, like my type of stuff, very Gnostic, metaphysical, like ascension type stuff. And I mean, I was reading that. I was like, why y'all ain't put this in there, duh? Oh my goodness. Like, what is happening? But at the same time, I understand why, because just reading that, like, if you never read any other gospel that, Constantine took out of this wonderful book for the propaganda, Just if you read the Gospel of Thomas, that would revolutionize your life, whether you're a Christian or not. Like, I kid you not, because the wisdom that's in that, oh, dog, like, oh, it's like, whoa. Every page, it's like, really? Wow. Like, Jesus was so cool. Like, what? Because it's all conversations. It's Thomas and Jesus just talking and him asking him a like innumerable amount of questions about stuff. It is just like the way that Jesus just coming with the swag. It's like Thomas asked something that seemed like, ooh, that's heavy. And like the words that Jesus speaks is just like he's speaking like this. It's like that, like butter. And you're like, whoa, he deep. He deep. He deep. Whoa, I feel like I need a snap for that right there. Like, that's legit how I felt reading the Gospel of Thomas, y'all. I'm not kidding. I would suggest anybody to read it because it opens your mind to, like, wow. Like, this is what it is. This is, and people I know who are atheists and stuff who read it, it's like their perception on it is like, dude, if this is the Jesus I would have been taught about when I was a kid, it's like, I would be about that. Like, I like that guy, But I'm like, but that guy's the same guy that they talk about in the regular Bible. It's just a lot of people attribute to Jesus a lot of what Paul said, who came along after Jesus was crucified, and it's Old Testament stuff. So people take stuff that was like law, Old Testament, and stuff that Paul said and look absolutely nothing at Jesus's ministry. And all of that is projected on to him. Exactly. See, Casper, see that right there? See that right there? That's a statement I think is so extremely important because it's the depth to that. That's what I was talking about earlier. I was talking about Romans chapter 7, what Paul was talking about of how like the enemy blinded them with the law. And why it is that Jesus came in the first place? Because how you ended up becoming, and if we talk about demons, it's like falling victim to the Leviathan spirit, which is the Antichrist spirit in so many words, where religiosity or spirituality, false piety, self-righteousness, like that's masquerading as spiritual awareness or a higher levelness or whatever. And that's exactly what it is with the Pharisees. Like, it was the Pharisees specifically. So, like, the high priests and things like that, the scribes in the temple at the time, is like, though they were the ones who kept trying to trip dude up because it's like what Jesus was doing. And that's why I feel like the story is so helpful, because like how somebody said the other day that Jesus was like the first light worker. Like, people who do spiritual work, dude, it's so much that can be garnered from Christ's ministry, and looking how an organized religious structure treated him. To him, he's El Diablo, like he's using, powers of the devil to heal people and things of the sort. You know what I'm saying? And it's because they were so blinded by the religion and the hardness of their hearts that they didn't even realize how far they were from God. And that's where that statement's qualified. He told the Pharisees, if you knew the Father, like if you really knew God, you would know me. And they didn't. And that lets you know how far off you get. You're so far from the Creator because you're just walking the external sense of your belief system, and you've completely ex God out. So that's a pride thing. It's a show. It's, I know this and, whatever. And getting lost in the knowledge and just wisdom of it, and not the spiritual transformation of it, that they could not recognize it. They didn't see it. That's the sad thing, man. Oh no. That's where I say is understanding Christ and Jesus, and people use that simultaneously. Jesus does slam poetry. Dog, I'm trying to tell you. It was like, ooh, all right. Okay, dog, really. And that's like just spiritual wisdom. It's like the responses that he gave, it requires you like to really understand the wisdom to be able to reply like that. It's like, oh, you see that right there? You thought you were gonna trip him up. Oh, faked it to the left. Like, dude, that's so real. But I feel like people who do spiritual work is like you'd find a lot of solace in that story of seeing how um like I mean, dog, like a rebel. Like Jesus was a rebel, dog. Like with this, like for real. Like when you really look at it, like for what it was, that was some really revolutionary stuff dude was doing. Cause it's like he literally was talking some other stuff. Like this dude is literally on some other stuff. Like he talking about some the he who is me and the father in me. It's like, what are you talking about? We don't do that. What is he talking about? But it's funny because that's like how we are. Like the stuff that we're saying it's like people be looking at us like we were saying earlier. Oh, they on that voodoo shit. They do that voodoo shit. And it's like, cause you don't get it, man. You don't get it. But it's like it's no different than what a lot of us are encountering. So it's like it's so much we could learn from that, man. So much. Heck yeah, man. Real talk. Hmm. Yeah, dude. That's why I says the saddest thing about it. But it and I think I find a lot of solace in that for myself. It's like with me leaving church and doing what I do now. Like I'm just like, dog. Like friends I have that are still like in the church, and it's like they look at me pitying me, thinking I'm lost. It brings tears to my eyes because I'm like, dog, like you're pitying for my soul, and it's like I'm praying every day for yours because you don't see what I see. It's like, bruh, come on. But it's that same pattern. It's that same pattern of people getting stuck in the ritual, the structure. And it's like, it's deeper than that, man. Yeah, dude. And it's like me and everyone I know that was in the church, it's like all of us is like what I call psychic out here. It's like in a church, it's being prophetic. That's what they called it. And it's like all my friends that left the church, all of us were gifted in the prophetic. And the thing that like we were joking about that some time ago, where we were saying, like, dude, it's like you know how they like in the Bible, like whenever like the Israelites kind of got off track, it's like the prophet will come back one last time and be like, look, warned y'all by 50, 11 times, y'all done messed up. I told you one last time, you still did it. So judgment coming, new king coming in, y'all losing the kingdom, going to Egypt, catch y'all later. And then that prophet would leave, and then they'd go through this whole dark time of not having anyone to speak and being in bondage. It's like, and that's the pattern that kept playing out. And it's like her and I were kind of saying that in the sense of like, dude, a lot of people who have left church as people who are gifted like that. And it's not saying like churches are under judgment or anything like that. It's just the fact of with us, it felt like being strangled in a sense. Cause it's like stuff God was showing me is like, dog, like something ain't right. Don't nobody want to hear it though. And it's like to me, it's like the conviction I feel in my spirit. Cause it's like with me, like when we talk about personal relationship with God, it never was a thing with my relationship with God about a church or even like a structure of a religion. Cause it's like that connection is what it is. But it's like with me having this connection, and it's like when I'm feeling unrest in my spirit, and I'm like, something isn't like this, not right. This not right. Like if I have to choose between what I know God is leading me to do and what another human being is telling me, and I'm like in my spirit that feel all types of wrong, it's like you always have to go with your spirit, but that's hard because I say with me, dude, that's probably the most difficult thing I've ever done in my life was following what felt right to me because it was always like do I like, what if I'm wrong? You know what I'm saying? Like, what if and just thoughts, am I under demonic influence? But it's like, but what demon would this be? Could this be another demon? Like, could there be a demon that I don't know about that could look like this and like do like, dog? I went through this whole like epic mind fuck. And I was so scared and so terrified. But it's like it was little lights on my path that started to reassure and confirm what it is that I was feeling. And that's when I started to get my strength back. But I say that's legit hard. It's real, real hard. Real, real hard. Yeah, man, it's rough. And I mean, church for me was my life. Like, I'll tell them, I went hard in the paint. I was on fire for Jesus. And everybody at my church, it was like my family. Like, I spent pretty much every day of the week at church, whether it was an event we were doing or it was Bible study or whatever. And it's like to walk away from that was like walking away from a whole family, you know? So it was hella difficult. So I feel for people who go through that, dog, because this legit is not easy at all. Yeah, it's rough. It really is. Because you feel so alone. You feel so alone. And it's like for me, like, most people when they leave church, we call it like you go back into the world. You know what I'm saying? You go back into the secular world. That wasn't me. It's like I wasn't leaving church because I stopped believing in God or anything like that. It's like I wasn't trying to go back out to like the world because I knew wasn't nothing popping there. I was like, these people, they lost. They still in sensory consciousness. They ain't got nothing for me, you know. But it's like this really weird place to be in because people don't know anything other than that. It's like you leave church, you're in the world. And it's like, yeah, but I'm not though. You know, not doing that. No, that's kind of not what's going on. But it's like how I say our lives become our message. When you stand in your truth consistently and you have integrity about your own truth and you don't deviate from that, it's like it starts to speak for itself. So I think even people who didn't want to understand what it was I was doing, it's just like with me staying so true to my path for me, it's like now it's starting to be an understanding of like, okay, so maybe this isn't what I thought it was, you know. So let me kind of listen a little bit to kind of see where you're coming from. So it's like for me, I'm understanding with people with needing to come around to understand, but it takes people time. We all stuck in our ways with things, you know. Yeah, dude. That's the thing I say, man. What is really connected? I be asking people these questions. It's like, do you know what that is? I'm just trying to ask you. You teach vacation Bible school? Oh, that's awesome. I legit want to start doing my Bible study again. Yo. I used to love my Bible study. I used to do a Bible study every week. I miss doing that. I legit am gonna get back into that this year. My hubby said you're looking to dive in the deep end. Most people don't even know where the pool is. Dog, real talk. That is so true. So true. Oh man. Yeah, man. Being in fear, sin consciousness, conviction, like none of that. Like, and that's why I sounds like, dude, the God that I know, that's not the God that I know. I don't know who that is y'all talking about. But the God I know, that's not, we not about that life, you know? And that's like, I don't know, man. That to me, that takes people away from God. That's another one of those little things that tinges at my heart. It's like, oh, just hurt my heart, Lord, just hurt my heart. It's like that brings people so far away from God. And I'm like, that's not even who God is. Like, y'all sitting up here trying to be God's PR and y'all doing it wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you doing? Like, you making people not even want no dude. Oh yeah, man. That's something I do therapy for. Church hurt is really a thing. Like it's really a thing. Because the level of betrayal people experience when you're in, and it's similar to the kind of victimization people feel being involved with cults. But like with church hurt is different, and it's something that like therapy's really starting to recognize in a sense, but it's a level of like, I don't want to say PTSD, but it can be depending on degrees of it. But like as of now, they just call it church hurt, but it's a level of betrayal where it kind of uproots a person's entire life. Because it's like you have a relationship with God, you're in church, good people, this is what I'm doing, this is what life is, type of thing. And then it's like if you end up getting betrayed in a way that completely undermines your idea of like a religious leader or a spiritual teacher or whatever, that's like cognitive dissonance. Like, how is this person and they cause me hurt, and then that gets projected on God. So it's like you're not who I thought you were. So now it's like the person is just like, ugh. But then religion ends up like, religion and belief systems are so ingrained into like our identity as individuals. When a person tries to uproot that, people like they stagnate there, because it's like I don't know how to do anything else. So it's kind of like, I believe in God, but I don't. You know what I'm saying? Because like I really don't trust dude. Like I really don't fool with you like that. But it's like I don't even want to say that out loud because I feel like you could smite me. But it's like I feel that I just don't really be saying it. And it's like it distorts people in a very, very serious way. In a very, very serious way. Life is PTS. Yeah, man. And it's like people have to be guided through that process to kind of I say it's like re-identify their idea of who God is. And I think like for me, that started to change for me with what was it? It was years ago. And this is when I was still a Christian. The book, it's a movie now. The book was called The Shack. It's like, dude, when I read that book, I was like, if that's who God is, I want to know that God. I was like, that person, like, loving on me like that. Yes, please sign me up. Where do I go? You know, because they did such a beautiful job of like kind of changing your perception on everything it is that you thought you knew about God, to where I was just like, I want to have a relationship with somebody like that. And it's like I feel like there's more people who need to create things to illustrate the truth of who like all that is really is, because everybody knows fire, brimstone, like worship me, God, like worship me, hello, you're doing it wrong, sin, whatever, you're going to hell. Like that's the person that most people are aware of or identify to be God. And it's like, yo, come on, you know. I wouldn't even say like man, female. I see God as a dual aspect of masculine and feminine in unity, but not in a gender sense. It's more or less like if we looked at it in the sense of like Trinity, it's like mommy, daddy, baby is how I see that whole energy. God be like, look here, stop listening to the other meat suit. They're lost too. Real talk. Real talk, dude. You don't want me to pull up. Go out of church where my leader told me she hoped I didn't die soon because I was in sin. I know you lying to me. Oh Lord have mercy. Y'all, I done heard some things. I've heard things that people have been told, and it's like, whoa, whoa. People being blamed for houses burning down and things. I was like, oh my God, that is some malicious spirited type stuff. I agree 110%. Because I could legit vouch for that. At every level of my awareness, even when I was 8, and spirit talked to me when I was 8, like spirit met me on my little 8-year-old level. And I was like, oh, okay, cool, sure. Funny when your humans see the spirit it is carrying. Real talk. Real talk. Yeah, man. I thought you you was who manifest the life just toxic. Dog. Wow. Dang, man, that's that just hurts my little heart, y'all. It really does. Yeah, man. I said, dude, I could sit up here and make myself cry right now. Like, if I just sit down for too long and just think about like how God loves us, oh, dude, like it'll bring you to tears. It really would. Because it's just like, we think about like the stuff we put up with like in toxic relationships or this and that, but it's just like, dog. It's like, and if you want to look at God from the personified sense, which I feel is helpful, because as human beings, like when you get to a certain level of awakening, you're just gonna start seeing stuff as like energy, like how I say, like it's energy signatures, like that's what it is. But I feel it's helpful for people with spiritual deities, entities, whatever, is personifying it because you get to interact with it and understand it. But it's like if you personify God and you look at God as this loving creator with these creations. And for me as a parent, it's like, dog, I could not imagine. It's like every day I'm just watching my son and he just like him don't know who him is. And I'm all like trying to give him hugs and he's all just face palming me. And I'm just like, ah, like here's a song on the radio, 1111. 1111 synchronicity, and it's like, hey, oh no, oh no, like, dude, that is so sad. But it's the fact that when you do, it's like, oh, I'm so happy, like, welcome home, you know what I'm saying? So, but it's like, it's just the thought of like looking at it from that personified sense, like, dog, that's painful. That's hella painful. Hella painful. Oh yeah, get your rest, babe. Until you come back to God and the church, everything you touch will. Oh Lord, have mercy, child. What? I know you're lying to me. Ooh, Lord, people just. Ooh, what is wrong with people? Oh wow, my God, dude. There's no amount of anger that I could have for another human being to where I would want to speak some stuff like that over somebody. Like, there's nothing someone can do, and people have pissed me off. People make me angry. People hurt my feelings. But I would never want to speak destruction over somebody's life, dog. That's I don't know. That just comes from a place I don't understand of how you like how would you want to wish, hey lion? It's like why would you want to wish destruction on someone like that? Like what wrong with you? Like Lord Jesus. Dude, like real talk. Like I'm literally perplexed right now. Like that's crazy. That feel all types of wrong. Lord. How do you speak to your guys? Like I'm talking to y'all. Y'all, little help here. Hello. Help your girl out. Sister need a little help. That's legit how I be talking. No lie. Ooh, y'all, let me go pee. Pee break. We 3 hours, y'all. 3 hours. 3 hours. Don't look at my booty. I legit forgot about these pizza rolls. What is happening to me? Can't be forgetting snacks. Break. We spent the whole day together. We didn't have family day out. Real talk. We just had a whole bonding retreat and thing. Real talk. You can't hear your guys? Oh, yeah. I feel that. In a sense, that's very true. Because it's like we ask the existential question. It's like, who is our higher self? We all have the same one. And it's like, what we do? Yes, we all have the same higher self. You know, I didn't. Child, we started talking about psychotherapy. Then we started talking about the Bible. We started talking about the Lord. You know what I'm saying? And legit. Let me run those down to you guys. Turn my eyes to see your face. Ah, there we go. And the thing I had with that, with those the 12 traits, the qualifying statement to that is the purpose of the struggle of 2019 is each trial, test, lesson, karmic relationship, challenge, etc. was cultivating one of 12 character traits in you. And those 12 traits are understanding, faith, judgment, power, zeal, imagination, praise, love, strength, discernment, receptivity, and order. A bad apple and my guy's ratchet. Oh, Lord. Yeah, because, we special in things, We special in creations. Yep. Indeed. And the thing is, it's cultivating these traits. It's a mastery of them and being able to express them. And when we're able to do that, that's when they're integrated into our beingness and what's not, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, those are the traits. And I'd have to look in that stuff I used to write on. I have to look in my my library, my Bible doctrine library. But if you want to know more stuff on the attributes of God, I could share that with y'all too. I mean, not like today, because I'd have to go look in my archive. But just about every single thing, like, because y'all know how I do stuff like practical, tangible stuff, like, you know, uh attributes of God, or how God deals with other and stuff like that. It's like I have writings and stuff like that on things such as that. You are back again. Hey, Eden girl. Oh man, the false apostle. The false apostle. Dude, like, I can say that people like there's people on two different sides of the camp. Paul did a whole lot of talking, and everybody like, Doe, who asked you? First of all, who asked you? And so there's some people who are for Paul, and some people who are anti-Paul. Like, it's like, look, if they could just leave everything how it was before he came on, just throw in that little book by John, we good. Dude. True that. Hey, little Eden. I got some info too, but wait for 2 years. Oh yeah. To figure out what the 2016 Charlie card was. I think I got it. Ooh. Oh, all right now. For sure. Not. Kylie stepping. Oh man. Cut them off at the knees and be quick. Yeah, mine, they be over talking me because sometimes, like I said, it was the episode 2, and I was like, I'm trying to talk, shut up, you know? And then I was like, oh, so I probably shouldn't have told you to shut up. Because they just be like, I'm just about to talk over you until you say what it is that I'm saying. And it's like, leave me alone. Oh, thank you, Mel. Dude, yeah, man, it's like, if I could have any hand in that, I'm just like, yo, wouldn't be doing the God thing if he was that type of dude. You know, I wouldn't be about that life. I feel that, man. They be talking, I be pausing mid convo to listen. Then I start talking, but yeah, dude, that happens to me sometimes. Like, I could be trying to say something, and it's like I'm like, and I'm trying to talk, but it's like I'm talking and I'm hearing a whole nother conversation, and I'm like, okay, trying to figure out how I can integrate this sentence into the one I'm halfway through. Dude, it's hard out here. It's hard out here. Really? My little leather one? We back at Wakanda in a resort, y'all. Stay woke. God is everything. He kills, he maims, and makes alive. Good old Deuteronomy. Wakanda forever. Whew. Good old Deuteronomy. Good Lord. Hey, do you believe in the 3 brains? And also, do they have to be clear and line to be able to reach God mode? The 3 brains? Like in a philosophical sense? Yeah, I mean, I guess you could look at it. Yeah, you can look at it that way. I look at more like consciousness. In essence, it would be the same thing because I mean we use brain and mind interchangeably. But for and I could say three. I could say three because it would be sense consciousness, which is the devil brain, which is like human brain in a body that is like that's when you like sleep. Like you're literally just going through life, going through the program. And it's like when you have spiritual consciousness, that's when you have the spiritual awareness. And it's like you've ascended into the higher mind. But it's like even though you have that awareness, there's still like work that needs to be done to undo the damage that's been done while you were lost in the sense consciousness mind. So it's like unlearning what you learned. The more that you do that, the more that you graduate in your ascension, then the next thing you would ascend to would be the Christ mind, which is Christ consciousness. And like how I was saying, like all of us have the same higher self. It's like in my ethos, and that's where I say it's like where twin flames and all that stuff comes in, it literally would contradict my ethos because how I see things, it's like everything that exists, there's like an archetype for it in the ethereal realm, right? And we're replications of that. So it's like for every lion that there is on earth, there's the ideal etheric lion energy signature in the ethereal realm. For humanity, there is the archetype of the highest self, which would be that Christ consciousness. And that's where I say with people, it's like Jesus Christ is like, it's a need to understand that and the configurations of that. But that would be the ideal archetype in the etheric realm. It's like the Christ, the transfigured Christ, you know? And that is the higher self of all of humanity. So that is everyone. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I look at us as replications of that. So, you know, but y'all know how I see things, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I say like with the ethos of like with twins and the soul and another body and all that stuff, it's like in the bigger scheme of things, we all each other twin flame, really. You know what I'm saying? We all got the same goddamn higher self. So yeah, everybody is our twin. You my twin. We all twins. You know what I'm saying? We all the same goddamn person. And that's my understanding. My understanding is that there's only one of us. And ultimately we all come to that realization. And when you do, it changes everything. You know? But that's my ethos. So the whole awakening journey is you remembering that that's who you are. Like the Christ archetype in the ethereal realm, like that's you, that's me, that's who we are. And it's like the whole thing with life is coming to a place where you remember that's who you are. So it's not the whole thing of like, I say people even distort it with the sense of like you know, the way and it's like all that stuff is like that's not what they mean. It makes me so angry. I'm like, oh my God, like that's not what they mean. Like y'all, like how do you even distort that? It's like 1 + 1 = 2. But that's what this whole ascension path is about. Ascending to Christ consciousness. And I think another person who explains it very well is Yogananda, who's the person who brought yoga to America. His book, The Autobiography of a Yogi, he in all of his articles, he goes into deep extent about Jesus because Jesus was like his superhero. And that's the guy like Steve Jobs used to give his book to like everyone. But his reflections on Jesus is like lit. But that's what the whole thing is. It's like this whole journey is about remembering who it is that you are. And it's the epic mind fuck It's like you wake up and realize, like, so that person I was like scoffing at and getting triggered by is myself. So you tell me I don't like myself. I don't even like my higher self. Like, damn, what really happened? You know what I'm saying? But that's just my ethos. It's not to say, like, I wouldn't say that's how everybody should look at it, but that's how I see it, you know? Exactly. Real talk. So when you look at it, like, even if you say in the Christian sense, Jesus died on the cross for me, it's like, yeah, you died on the cross for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, literally. And that's the whole ethos of Christianity. Like, but it's in the sense of like, Christ took our place. You know, all of humanity was set free from the bondage of sin or original sin from Adam and Eve and all that because of what Christ did. You know, but when you're looking at it, it's the awareness that Christ Jesus came into. Like, Jesus came into the awareness of the Christ. And that's a testament that all human beings can all do that. That's why, like he said, like, greater, like, I do these things and greater things will you do. It's like, how we gonna do greater things than Jesus? And it's because it's numbers. He was just one person. But of course, if there's a whole bunch of us and we all ascend to that, greater things will we do. Flash dance. Yeah, man, real talk. Another thing I say, uh, like, in our spiritual community, I always say, God qualified. We can understand in a cognitive sense. I'm a God, you're a God, we're gods, you know? It's like higher self. Yes, Jesus, that's me. We can understand that in a cognitive sense. But see, when you awaken to that, you're gonna start looking like you're gonna start looking like you're awakening. And that's the turning point. That's the testament of ascension, where you can't even pretend to align with an ascension because it's something that it does to you on like a very cellular level, I guess is the best way that I could say it, where it shifts the way that you maneuver, and the way that you maneuver is just is different. And it's like, in the literal sense, it's the middle way. It's like, we talk about temperance, you walk in that middle way. And it's so far removed from the two extremes that we know that it's like, what is that? Like, something, I don't know what that is, like what that is, you know? Is I don't know. It's interesting. But it's like we have to make sure we don't just understand it cognitively, because understanding it in just a cognitive sense, they ain't gonna do nothing for you. And that's how it becomes like us falling victim to like spiritual pride and blindness. Because with some of us, we can get frustrated where it's like, well, if I'm God, it's like, why am I still limited by these things? And da, da, da. And it's like, when we really come to that understanding and see that, it's like it starts to unroll, you know, it starts to unfold itself. And you start to see the interconnectedness with others and self and so much, like just life in general, though, like real. But it's more than just like being able to understand and say, like, you know, I'm God, you're God, we're gods. Peace, God. Namaste. Recognize the God in you. I'm a God, God is God. You know, is bigger than just the human mind understanding that. Yeah, dude, it's not. Like, I feel like this spiritual journey is, there's parts of it that are extremely mystical, but I mean, a lot of it is very, very practical, man. It's very, very practical. Because even with the spiritual awareness, it's like you're still backstepping because you got to unlearn. And they say that like faith without works is dead. What that means is like, yeah, I'm standing in faith at the fact that on a spiritual level, like on a soul level, like there is nothing wrong with my soul. Like my soul is perfection. Everybody's is. Now you come into that spiritual consciousness and you understand I'm a spirit being, like in whatever way you understand it, is like I'm an aspect of God, or I'm God's child, or however it is your ethos says. Like we get that, but it's like you still a human that's been through trauma or dysfunction, and that's all stuff that has to be unlearned. And it's like, in order to unlearn that, it's understanding what parts of me don't line up with this higher energy. Like if I'm thinking about Christ consciousness, so if we look at those 12 traits, how much is what I'm doing every day aligning with that? You know what I'm saying? Like, am I living a life in alignment with those things? How far off am I? And that's how you start to unlearn that, and you start to unwind those strongholds that influence us, you know? Tiny specks of sand on a big beach, working our way to tomato sauce. Yeah, we'll never fully understand it all. We won't. Absolutely not. I like the idea of that. Standing outside yourself, human carrying spirit. I was looking at different examples of faith without works. Us dead? What? Faith without works. Oh, faith without works is dead. Yeah, man, because it's that scripture speaks of personal accountability. It's like, and there is like the spread that I did in the other live. It's like faith. I can set an intention energetically and say, I believe, you know, that, God is going to deliver me from depression. I believe, I'm standing in faith in Jesus' name. Lord said, all I need is faith the size of a mustard seed, Lord. I'm standing in faith that I'm going to be delivered from depression. And that's it. Like, that's dead faith. Like, I got faith, but it's like, what is it that's being done? You know what I mean? It's like, now, where we are now, there's Christian therapists. If you're a Christian, there's Christian therapists who recognize depression. There's scriptures that show biblical figures who are suffering with depression. So I'm believing that God is gonna deliver me out of depression, but the work is me saying I'm suffering with depression. I need to call a therapist, Christian therapist, because I need to make sure they lined up with the word, because I don't want none of these little worldly people speaking into my life now, you know? And you're doing the work of going, unlearning this, learning skills, whatever. But it's like, it's trusting God to give you the strength to be able to come from out of what it is that you're dealing with, you know? But it's like, there's like a story like that where this man is stranded on a boat. I think like his boat capsized or something like that. And a guy in another boat passes by, and he's like, hey, can I help you? He's like, oh no, God's gonna save me. And then he's like, okay. And then another boat comes by, and he's like, you need help? He's like, oh no, God's gonna save me. And he's just, praying. So the other guy leaves. And eventually the boat completely capsizes and the guy drowns, and he gets to heaven. And he asks God, he's like, God, I was praying. Why didn't you save me? And he's like, I sent 2 boats, you dummy. You know? It is like legit. Like, dog. It's like God works through people. God works through situations. It's like all of this is working in concert, but it's like a lot of times we're looking for something epic, miraculous, but it's like, dude, is that where that comes from? Girl, that's the dope little story. I don't know who told me that. I don't know who told me that, but I was so compelled by that. That's what my granny used to say. The Lord don't help those who don't help themselves. Or sit by yourself and talk to God. Best thing for depressed folks. Smoke a whole bag of weed and be on cloud nine. Oh man. Yeah, dude. That's why I say it's like there's solutions to a lot of things in this world, but it's like whimsical fairy tale thinking, I think is the downfall of a lot of people in humanity with a lot of stuff. It's like thinking it's like everything is cause and effect. Like in order for stuff to happen, like it's a chain of events of how things manifest. And I say that in a sense of like in a spiritual sense and understand how that interrelates in a scientific sense, you know? And it's like, I don't know. I'd be wondering, it's like how stuff just gonna come just out of, if the Lord was gonna bless you with money, is like paper dollars going to materialize from out of the ethers into matter magically? Or is you coming into unexpected money a paycheck you forgot to pick up 5 years ago? Or the IRS realized that they owed you money and you overpaid on your taxes? You know what I'm saying? Or did somebody drop their wallet that you found and said that that's a money blessing? You know what I'm saying? We live in a realm of exchange. Everything you get, it came from somewhere. Nothing comes out of magic, you know? Because where we live on planet Earth, it's laws of physics that govern this whole thing. So it's like, I don't know. It requires a lot of personal accountability. You really got to think about that. It's like, where that money gonna come from? Like, yeah, that's true, because everything has an origin. But I feel like we need to have that so that we can gain control over how it is that we're cultivating ourselves and our lives. You know, because a lot of adults fall into fairy tale thinking with things. I'm just gonna trust God. It's gonna work out. Like, what does that mean? What does that mean? You know, all I needed was a Bible. My faith was in the spirit of wisdom. God returns us to ourselves always. God does not leave anybody behind. I agree 110%. Come from amongst them. Move away from the depression and seek help. Yes, indeed. Real talk. Yeah, man. Ain't that crazy? But that's legit how stuff is approached. And that's so scary to me. Still trying to understand relation started with Newton's law. Oh, you my relativity? I keep my tarot in my crown bag. God needs a hand from you. You gotta do the work. Real talk, dog. Yeah, man. Jesus was not a Capricorn. Somebody said Jesus was a Capricorn. 9 times out of 10, I know it was oh yeah, I watched a documentary on that. It was astrologers who they were looking at transits at the time, like looking at different elements like in the Bible, and they like backdated the chart. And I think they said Jesus was like a Pisces. And they were saying that they could see how that could happen, because I think they were saying during the time that all this stuff had happened that they talked about, like I think it was with like the Orion's belt thing and all of that. And within that time frame, there was a specific date, and it was not in December. It was a specific day where the transit was where every single zodiac sign was in its original house. So it's like the ruling house of each sign. It's like every sign was in its ruling house. And it's like, it's almost as if how the clock starts with the zodiac wheel. And they said if a person were to be born during that transit, then the personality characteristics of a person, they said it would be someone who would fit the archetype of a Christ-like figure. Like it would be a person where they would be almost like a Messiah kind of figure. I gotta find the name of that documentary. Dude, I was legit like, what? But they said that Jesus would have been a Pisces. I was like, what? I know you lie. Dude, I was like, they can do that? But thinking about it is true. Like you think about almanacs and all of that, like you literally could backtrace positions of planets, you know? I was like, son, I gotta find the name of that documentary. Yeah, man. Right? I was like, dude, like everything was like the clock just started. What? The universe is traveling through the earth. Yeah, I don't know nothing about no astronomy. No, yeah, I don't be knowing about that. I don't be knowing how these look. I know how the energies from astral bodies affect me, but when it comes to like, oh, I don't be knowing nothing about that, child. Do I believe in aliens? Honestly, no, I don't. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's like I can't say that it's not possible, but it's like, you know, I just never felt like I only usually like delve into things where I feel some type of tinge. And every time aliens come up, I don't feel no type of energetic hits nowhere. So usually when I don't feel a tinge with something, it's something usually I'm just not called to. But if I were to like put a label on it, nah, I don't believe in aliens. Not at all. And not aliens in the sense of what like, you know, Roswell, like, you know, big belly people, big old head type of thing. Do I believe it's a possibility there's life? Uh, I wouldn't say on other planets, but in other galaxies, yeah. Do I think that there's, you know, timelines where, you know, some of us could be like living parallel lives and like, yeah, I think all that stuff's possible. I think all that's very, very possible. But I don't think there's like little gray people just, you know, flying around their little saucers. Unless them tribal rituals bring me money. I ain't even I ain't even believe in none of them. You know you believe in your own species. Everybody say that though. Everybody says that about me. Maybe that's the conspiracy. Maybe that's the plot twist. Maybe I don't believe in aliens because I know I am one and I need to keep you guys off my trail. You know what I'm saying? Oh man. Life is about to change. You have to have bad to win, you have good, or there would be no point in life. It is so you know the difference. It is the this tension. I believe in them. Tesla the pyramids. I agree with that. I believe that we can't know what we are until we first know who and what we are not. And the only way that I can know who I am, so if I say like all of us, we're love. I'm pure love. How could I ever learn what I am if I don't have the polarity of what it is that I am? So if I'm love, my polarity is fear, you know? So I have to be in a realm where both of us exist so I can know myself not so that I can recognize myself as something that I am not, you know? Because I can't know me without you. You can't know you without me. The way we play aliens. Real talk. It's like we all transition. It's like, hi, I was alien. Yeah, me too. It's like I really had you going. I had you going. I used to have a big belly. It's so funny. Oh, dang it, jump. And if be one world, why not make another true story? Regeneration, rubs chin, snickering. Woke check out the star Methuselah? When you get a chance, it will blow your mind. Is the name Methuselah for real? That is. I think the aliens we are referring to are the future. Right, dude. I so feel this. Like, what did we do? What did we do? Oh yeah, the star seeds are the Pleiadians. Nah, I don't think we're the only life force in the universe. Well, I mean, because that's a loaded question. Like, yes and no. I believe that there's only one life force, and it's like everything in this universe is impregnated with it. It's like we're all on that same like electrical juice vibe. But as far as animated life forms, like conscious animated life forms, like us, yeah, I would have to say that's it. I would have to say that that's it, man. And I just say specifically like in our universe, I can't say like galaxies outside of ours, but like these little planets we got ain't nothing but organic, like singular cellular, like organic matter that's living on other planets, but not anything that's like animated or evolved to the level that we are, you know? But see me, I be wanting to be proven wrong about stuff though. Cause very few things that I'm like, yeah, like, I don't see it when I believe it. But I be wanting stuff like that. Like I would want someone to show me something to the point where I'd be like, bitch, they got aliens in this bitch. Like for real. Cause just like when people were talking about the whole reptile people, I was like, Lord have mercy, child, these poor people. There's such thing as a reptilian brain. And these reptile people, they're not really reptiles. It's like they're unenlightened. They're still operating out of their reptilian brain, yes, but do they have like scales and stuff? I've been on my late night YouTube binges with these videos of people with like scales, like Hillary Clinton, she has like scales, and it's like, oh, she's a reptile. I was like, come on, people. Best believe me in the future, I would come back and be like, look, because first of all, it's your fault we had bad credit, and bitch, I need to know what you did. What did you do? What did you do so I can undo this? Oh yeah, that's what I was looking for. Regeneration. What's that? Shoot, God probably made buku worlds. E.T. phone. My daughter's a Capricorn. Ain't no Capricorn dying for nobody, right? So like, yeah, I don't think so. But a Pisces. Pisces what? Straight up. I want Kylie to sipping. She's still sipping. She got that plum martini. We are able to tap into the Christ consciousness because he died on the cross. True story. See, now, that's how I explain stuff like that. Like, if you look at this realm in the sense of like the zeitgeist is like all of the energy signature data of every person who's ever lived. So any person who is born on earth and dies, it's like their energy goes into like this vortex. So it's like Einstein's genius and all this stuff is accessible. So if you looked at like Christ dying on the cross, like even if Jesus was a regular human being, and I say this just to human people, if Jesus was a regular guy like you and me, who went and got woke, realized the God in him was the first human being to ever reach that level of Christ consciousness, and then got crucified and died because he was a human with the signature of reaching their God level and died here, that makes it accessible to all humanity. Just like, Van Gogh's creativity and Einstein's genius and all that stuff. So in a theoretical sense, yeah, that also makes sense. Yeah, man. Real talk. Uh-oh. Unless the alien hot looking and got the bag. What would y'all do if there was like an alien and he was like kind of hot on his lick? Like he looked like an alien, but he was like buff. And like his ship broke down. He don't know how he gonna get back. He ain't got no job, nothing. He just like, you're not gonna stay with you. Y'all will let him stay? Oh, purgatory. I think purgatory is like the greatest thing since sliced bread. It's like, why would anybody ever be stressing about life if you know that there's always purgatory? Like that's because I was raised Catholic. Like as a Catholic, I never had a fear of hell, But when I started going to Christian church, it was like, oh wait, y'all don't do purgatory, so it's either or. So it's either I get it right or oh, oh, I gotta make sure I do this right. All right, okay. No, that was scary. No little bridge, no nothing. Yeah, I don't think in the Milky Way galaxy now. I don't think we have more life here. I mean, other than us. Purgatory is like God's waiting room. If you're a nice little Catholic, and say that, you didn't get your last penance, before you died, or you forgot to go to confession before you died, or you're a baby and you died before you got baptized, you can go to purgatory, you can work off your little sin, work that off, maybe do a little guardian angel work here and there, and once you pay off your debt, then you get to go to heaven. It's like, all right, time's up. You can come on up to heaven now. Oh, man. Yeah, man. Blue pill or red pill? Oh, wait. If it's been done, you can do it. The work on another issue, though. Yeah, man. That's how I see it, dude. It's like I think it's so sad Do you think other religions such as Hindu are like Christianity and just use different names? Well, see, Christianity is the model of Christian, the basis of Christianity's religion is very different than probably every other construct. Like aside from and saying that's the big umbrella, like even with Catholicism included, it's like the whole ethos of Christianity is entirely different than every other belief system because it's the only one where there's like a Jesus figure, and it's like and putting the focus point on what it is that Jesus did. And it's like with other religions, it's more how can I say, it's more personal accountability. Because it's like with Buddhism, like I said, the two main things I think any person who started to study Buddhism or practice Buddhism, it's like the main thing that you're gonna know is the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path of the Buddha. And all of that is pretty much guidelines on how to live a life that helps you ascend to enlightenment. So it's still putting it like in your hands, right? And it's the and with Hinduism, I can't necessarily say Hinduism. I've studied it and I get so lost because there's so many different facets of it, like with aestheticism. And so with Hinduism, there's different approaches to the it's almost like a self-sacrifice type of deal, where it's almost like punishment and like acceptance of things as they are, you know, like an acceptance of one's lot in life, you know. And I would get so lost studying that, but then I understood where Buddhism kind of branched out from Hinduism, because the Buddha initially was a Hindu aesthetic, and it's like he had tried all the different facets of Hinduism, and it still wasn't giving him what it is that he was looking for, you know. And that's when he sat under the Bodhi tree and, you know, had the epic awakening, and he faced his, you know, inner devil. They did the whole little battle, and then he was enlightened. So with that, it's still like a personal development level. And it's like Judaism is the same. It's like if you look at Old Testament with Christianity, it's the law. Those are guidelines for living. So it's still a personal development. But with Christianity, it's a whole different element where it puts all the work on what it is that Christ did. So the, you know, God in a body, crucified, died, was buried. On the third day, he rose again, you know, he ascended into heaven. He's now seated on the right hand of the Father. Done deal. And that's it. Not saying that's literally that's it, but with the premise of Christianity, it's all people really know. Now, with Catholicism, where that comes in with the deviation of like Protestants and Catholics, is like the whole movement of what became Christianity. Is like was now the Roman Catholic Church gave form to what was pretty much like a religious cult at one point in time. It was like Jewish people who followed Jesus's teachings, and it's like them systematizing it in a sense. And it's like the whole thing with the iconoclast, because you have people who are like the Gnostics, like Gospel Thomas, Dead Sea Scrolls and stuff. And they're saying there shouldn't be churches, there shouldn't be idols. We are the church. And then there's the structure that's coming in to create the Catholic Church. So everything that like Gnostics believe with the whole, you know, Council of Nicaea and creating like the canonizing the Bible and, you know, popes and all this stuff, is like the Catholic Church created a ritual structure, organization to do the philosophy of what Christianity is through the sacraments. So Catholicism has a very clear pathway of what Christianity is in a very ritualistic way. Like that's what the like all the sacraments are, and stations of the cross and all that stuff. So it's almost like a sense of enlightenment, even though it's like you're saved because of Jesus, but that's like the work that you're doing, to get you to where it is that you need to be, in so many words. But with the Protestant, it's like Protestants have broken up into so many different facets. Each facet of Protestantism has a different approach, interpretation, and understanding of how they view. Like, of course, it's still the same thing with Jesus down on the cross saving you from your sins. But in the interpretation of scripture, what's important? Can women wear dresses? Can women talk in church? There's so many different facets of Protestantism. It's hard to even really say because there's a lot of facets. Like, it's not just Baptist. Like, I mean, it's like Pentecostal Baptist, Southern Baptist, Methodist. Like, there's buku, y'all. Buku. But it's like, to me, I see a energetic theme with all religions, but they're sort of kind of saying the same thing, but not really. They sort of like they are, like there's a collective truth within all of them, but it's just the approach to me would be different. In an energetic sense, is all saying the same thing of love, and being aware of who it is that you are. It's just I feel everybody has different methods to how they feel that you get there. And that's why I always say, like, my definition of what religion is, like, religion is man's way to God, and spirituality is God's way to man, So I feel every religion that was created for the intention of giving people a structure and a pattern on how to get to God, But there's a common thread in an energetic sense, yeah. We be having some good conversations, y'all. We really do. I went to Catholic school. Yeah, dude. I think all the division and stuff, it does confuse people. It does confuse people. It's like, I mean, we live in trigger culture already. We legit live in trigger culture, but I find like it's a lot of Christian terms that are very, 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 very triggering for a lot of people. Very, very triggering. And that's sad. It really is. It's disheartening. The difference between purgatory and limbo. Well, limbo is like another word for purgatory. I watched them glitches in the Matrix YouTube videos and I love them. Yeah, I was watching those. I was like, that's so fascinating. Like, I walked into my house and I saw myself playing my piano. And I walked into the kitchen and then I realized, how was I just playing my own piano if I was walking into my kitchen? And I'm like, how the hell were you just playing your piano if you just walked into your kitchen? What the hell's going on here? Like, those videos always leave me feeling like cognitive dissonance. I'm like, how the hell? I need to see some stuff like that. Because I'm being real with y'all. I live in my own body, but I feel like in real life, if I saw myself, I feel like I would be creeped out by myself. Like, I'd be like, bitch, you weird. Like, I don't know what it is about you, but you just weird. Your little juju eyes. Because they are some boo-foo stuff. Violated, unpleasant. Yes. Every single alien abduction, I don't like how that sounds. What? Google what? Central tenants. I like to believe in thug mansions. Oh, imprisonment of the mind by others. True story. I went to Catholic school and I can't remember. Y'all, I was a diehard confirmed Catholic. My confirmation name is Saint Joan of Arc. I was so proud of that. A lot of people feel like that, man. Catholicism, like I tell people, like I feel you can go become a Baptist and you could pick it up. I think like with any kind of Protestant religion, you could kind of pick that up because it's not so um regimented like Catholicism. But it's like, see me, dog, I was indoctrinated into Catholicism. Like my whole family Catholic. Like I was Catholic before I even knew who I was. Like I was a little infant baby Catholic, you know. I went through all my sacraments, confession and first communion, my confirmation. Like I was indoctrinated because like Catholicism, that dude is heavy. It didn't seem like a big deal with me growing up Catholic, but I know one of my friends as an adult, he was getting married and the girl he was marrying was Catholic. So he was going to the adult catechism classes to like learn the religion. And he was about to have like a brain explosion. So it's like he's talking to me about it, and I'm just like, oh yeah, dude, that's this, and this. But then I had to think about it. It's like, wait a minute. Come from a Catholic family. I've been Catholic since I can remember, went to Catholic school. My entire life was Catholicism. So it's like all of this doctrine, it's second nature to me. Like, even to this day, I could literally run through the whole mass in my head because it's like, it's that much in you. But I never thought about, like, dude, as an adult trying to learn all of that, it feels like impossible because it's a lot. Like, it's a lot. It's a whole lot going on with that. It's buku. But in Protestant churches, it's not that interlaced with doctrine like the Catholic Church is. Purgatory is the the mud room to burn off. It's so funny. Mythology is so freaking weird. And all freaking mythology. I love mythology, man. How are you still going? Dude, I don't know, man. I'm not a human being. You're confirmed? There's a saint name. I'm Saint Patrick. I didn't choose my confirmation name. Our what you call her? Our catechism teacher. She picked all of our confirmation names based on like the personality traits that she saw in all of us. And I'm freaking Saint Joan of Arc. I'm like, yeah, getting burned at the stake. Great, because there's a voice in my head talking to me, telling me to do stuff. Wonderful. See how my life's gonna play out. But I can say homegirl's pretty dead on, just trying to not get burned at stakes and things. You know what I'm saying? The father at my Catholic school used to smoke after mass. He was a cool father. They called him Papa School. I know you like, you serious? That's so funny. You think the gods really care what our religion is versus spiritual ascension? Nah, I really don't think they care. I think if it's something that's preventing us from getting to the ascension, I think that would concern them more out of compassion. But I don't think they really care one way or the other. Okay, real quick, they didn't even notice. The Da Vinci Code is dope. I believe there's truth in every movie. Oh yeah, man, it's been some time since I watched that. They said we could pick our names, so I went with my own. Yeah, but I think I probably would have picked Saint Monica if I could pick my own. Speaking of saints, I'm so glad we're talking about saints because y'all just reminded me. I'm supposed to be, I gotta look up some stuff about Saint Thomas Aquinas. I'm glad. I legit forgot. Spirit told me that yesterday. Oh, thank you, my baby. I was legit eating fruit snacks in real life. to provoke thoughts in the chat room. I didn't think you did that. But my question was to provoke thoughts in the chat room. Oh, yeah. I love this, y'all. It's so on point. Single life mommy +2. What is manifestation? Like in an ethos sense, like, oh, the video's named that, huh? Isn't it? I think it is. Scientology was interesting. I studied Scientology too, like not as a Scientologist, but y'all know I really study religions. Oh, sweet mother of God. We got a smart chat. I didn't even know. Real talk. But I studied like Scientology because I was trying to understand what it was about. And I was like, oh, this is interesting. Scientology is interesting. They started talking about RC. I was drinking RC. I was meant to be called Monica, but Paul popped out. My mom was spewing. I wasn't Monica, apparently. Oh my God. Yeah, I think that would have probably been my saying. I probably would say Monica. Girl, I ran from them. It's fake as hell. Guy that wrote said it's fake. Oh yeah, I'm the whole like what I found out it was about, I would have never thought. I was like, this was a plot twist. Did not know that this is where this was going. Okay, dokie. That is new. Because it's like the name, man. Like, y'all know how like I name all my stuff and I be having the ologies in there. I thought it was gonna be something like that. I thought it was gonna be some type of psycho spirituality, but it's well, it's not that. Not that at all. Oh man. Yeah, they have a church in New Orleans. I went and visited and everything, and everybody there looks very happy. They look very happy all the time. I swear, I tasted the blue fruit snack when I saw her eating it. Dude, these are so good. These are the fruit snacks I stole from my kids. Like these daddies so lit. Oh my God, they're like tropical flavors. Now y'all gonna make me eat the other pack. Yeah, I was looking at that stuff. Too hard to get free. Back to. Yeah, Tom Cruise is like litty. Oh yeah, man. Real talk. Getting out of spiritual bondage is hard. It's sin consciousness, man. It's like the fear of hell is like all that fear stuff. That's crazy. I may be wrong, but I think it's to enslave the mind of the people again. I feel you on that. I think with a lot of organizations it is. With a lot of organizations it is. It's like people want to, and y'all, it's so funny. Y'all reminded me of buku stuff. I was writing about this last night because I had this thought where I was like, of people wanting to ascend to power, right? Like if you think about like with the Wheel of Fortune card in tarot, how it was in medieval times, there was 4 flags that was on the Wheel of Fortune in medieval tarot that's not on there anymore. But they said I will reign, I reign, I have reigned, and I have no kingdom, right? And it's like these being cycles in life. It's like majority of our life is spent like fighting to get to a position of leadership, authority, or power. not necessarily in a leadership sense, like saying president or whatever, but it's like being this job title, being somebody's like, spouse. It's like we're trying to be in a position that defines our value. Majority of our life is spent in the acquisition of that. We get to spend some time actually being that, and then the sun sets on that, and then you have nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's like what you do then. Usually people will start that cycle all over again. And the thing I was pondering on last night was the thought of like, why are majority of humanity attempting to gain positions of power? Because if we're trying to be in control, it's like when you're in control, like you are in control of others. You know what I'm saying? So it's like any type of leadership position we're trying to get, even if it's literally in the sense of like a family unit, is like it's you having control over another person or other people. And it's like, what is the desire with having control over other people? Why would a person want to ascend to a place of power? Why would a person want to reign? And I was literally pondering on that last night. But it's like my whole thing with it is like it's like inherent human worthlessness. It's the feeling that we're not enough. And if I can get to a place to where I'm recognized by others as enough and I can control other people, then it's like I feel like I'm somebody. But then I see the same energetic themes in that of like Lucifer, Adam and Eve, you know, all of those little stories. And it's funny, I totally forgot about that. Y'all saying that, I started thinking about, I'm like, I was literally writing about this last night. That's fascinating. I'm gonna have to finish pondering on that because that seemed like some going somewhere there. But what you were saying with the whole enslavement thing, to me, that's legit what it is. On some level or another, it's aspirations to do that. I have a reoccurring dream of being an Egyptian high priestess. Ooh. I counseled many people, including giants. That is fascinating. That's very fascinating. To me, I feel like it would speak to your gifts, to be honest with you, because I know that's the energy of a seer or somebody gifted in the prophetic, where like the story of how the high priestess works is literally freaking hilarious because the high priestess, she never speaks first. She don't have nothing to say to nobody. And she won't answer you unless you ask the right question, you know? So it's kind of similar to that story, like the Oracle of Delphi and stuff. People would spend a whole year journeying to ask her a question, but if you didn't ask the right one, she wasn't gonna respond. She would just sit there and look at you. But to me, it's like that just speaks to the fact that you're being called to the office of where you're going to be sharing divine wisdom with people, like people coming to you for counsel and guidance. That's what that sound like to me. You know what I'm saying? What Mott's? Mott's, yeah, they have like the little carrot things. Those are delicious. I'm not gonna lie. Sugar high. Yeah, I love sugar. Spirit science. Spirit science. Spirit science. No. Something about Christian science. Not in a sense of not an organization in spirit science. Nah. John Travolta beats. Are you serious? Are you serious right now? Yeah, dude, and things are so damn delicious. It's like these kids with these good ass snacks. Dude, yes, they are so delicious. He beats up male prostitutes? That's horrible. Goddamn. Why is he doing such things? If you saw yourself your doppelganger and you're going to what? Whoa, wait, hold on. Sweet baby Jesus. If you saw yourself, your doppelganger, and you're going to die soon, they say at least. Oh, yeah, I've heard that before. I have heard that before. I have legit heard that before. I would be creeped out by myself, dog. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Yeah, you do. Absolutely. Forget everything that you were taught. And sometimes that's so hard. I would say Mott's are better than Welch's. Welch's have a little weird taste going on. Real talk. Cultish vibe. Just, yeah, you give me little culty vibes there. Yeah, I saw some stuff on that. I was like, how does a whole human just disappear like that? Hmm. Oh, that's so sweet. Dude, yeah, I was like, how does a whole person's wife disappear? And I know the chick who was the actress, like, I think she like sent police or something like that to do a wellness check on her and stuff. And now I'm spiritual, so you already know I completely had to do. Well, I know. You figured the burning phoenix. I only want to be loved and share love. I agree. The circle of life. The line, this is what life. Scientology is a front. The leaders know it's bullshit. They own more real. Oh, damn, really? I always have to buy two to share with my kids. Yeah, my son eats me out of house and home. It's like he eats everything so quickly. It's like how? Like where's it going? Where's it going? Control and power. Yeah, dude. Power and control is real, dude. It's some stuff. Like I study into that stuff a lot, like those constructs, because I'm always looking at what's motivating people's behavior. Because that's how I understand people's actions. It's like our behavior is directed towards a goal. And like the intention is like the need that needs to get met. So I'm taking the actions to meet this need. And it's like if a person is trying to get power, if a person is trying to have control, you're trying to acquire something that clearly you don't have. So you feel disempowered and you feel out of control. And so people who are like ambitious and hungry for power and title and notoriety, I can understand why they fight so hard because they need it. Like they need this to validate them. But I also understand why they end up becoming the absolute worst leaders, end up hurting people so much. You know? Because it's like they see themselves as out of control, disempowered. That's insane. That's insane. What? I don't know what y'all talking about, but I was like, oh, what y'all talking about? Oh, fruit snacks. I have a dirty mind, y'all. Oh man. For a roll up? Dude. I love fruit snacks. They're so delicious. Yeah, yo, like I was like, I don't know where that took a left. But then when y'all said fruits, I was like, oh, apparently I'm the one that took the left. Oh, dog, that's because they built this country. Literally. Like when America was being established, it's like those first industrial companies like JP Morgan Chase, the Rothschilds, like the Rockefellers, like with oil and all that stuff, they were the first main businesses in America. And and it was to the point where I think it was Rockefeller who at one point in time bailed America out of debt. You know what I'm saying? Because all of them were in a monopoly. They were the only people who were doing what it is that they were doing because America was fairly new. So they were hella innovative. So these are literally the people who helped build this country to make it like the capitalistic superpower that it is now. And they just held on to that wealth. Literally. Heck yeah. Blue, blue red Gatorade. Blue always win. Fruit snacks are for the coochie trocker. You better know it. So real. Yeah, man. They probably not gonna have Social Security when I get old. What can it mean if you have a dream about a saint? I had a dream where I was in a church and kept hearing the name Saint Lucy. Any thoughts? Cold meds or messages? Honestly, hold on. Let me sit with that for a second. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. I think, did you ever research her yet? Because kind of how I'm feeling that is like, and I don't know your life. I don't know where you're at on your spiritual path and your journey and things. But I think that, like, just kind of like with the whole St. Thomas Aquinas thing for me, I don't know why Spirit want me to look that up. But I feel for you and your path, that person is probably going to be like an archetype for you on either understanding your journey or understanding like how she heard from God or how it is that she, heard, because every saint has a story. I feel like it's gonna be something like along those lines. It doesn't feel to me like a communication thing. It feels to me more like a archetypal format pattern type of thing. I'm well with all that. What I miss? Inbred. Oh God, yeah. I watched a documentary about inbreeding and how horrible that worked out for so many people genetically. Oh, really? Last night I had a dream that I had hit someone with a broom. No way. Who did you hit? Oh, that's fascinating. She was a seer. Let me Google her. Oh, I could do it on my phone, so that way I don't have to. Come here, cellular device. Come here, charger. Okay, so that's not my charger. Where is my charger? Well, that hurts my feelings. What is this girl is so silly. Oh, she sent me a video of us on tequila. Oh my god. Oh, really? Oh, whoa. Y'all, I'm missing. I'm about to. I'm just realizing I'm about to text people back and just realize what time it was. I was like, oh, let me not send that text. That would be a little awkward. Let me see. Saint Rita. Wait, was it Rita? Oh, Lucy. Where did I get Rita from? Who is Rita? Saint Lucy. Hmm. Oh, Lord. Oh, wow. That's fascinating. Hmm. Good Lord. Virgin and martyr. That's so fascinating. What? Oh, Jesus. Jesus. Oh, and my phone just died. Oh, my goodness. That was getting juicy. Oh, Lucy. Oh, Lucy. Poor child. She went through some things. Good Lord. They just gouging her eyes out and things. Jesus. What's really happening in America? Oh, you can't sleep. Welcome to the party. Did you all think that most of religion is from African descent slash Egyptian? I wouldn't say all religions, but I feel like it's a great deal of influence comes from that. Like a lot of people don't even know, like with tarot, like ancient Egyptians came up with the art of tarot, literally. But I feel like it has a lot of influence on things, but I wouldn't say all religion. But then again, it's like if we're speaking like what is that? What do they call that? Um Not archaeology. So can't think of the word. But anthropology is them tracing back that with the whole it all being one Pangea and all that stuff. It's like most everything comes from the continent of Africa. Yeah, anthropology. I would have to co-sign that. A ranking system. Egypt from Africa. People really do. A lot of people look at Egypt like they be looking at it like it's not a part of the overall continent of Africa. There's proof in Chinese practices dating before Egyptian. That's true too. That is true too. It would almost seem what predates everyone to me is it would be between China and India really. Wakanda forever. First of all, I write it first. Aw. Y'all, Lucy got my head messed up. Like Lucy legit got my head messed up. I can't deal. Like they pulled this girl eyes out, y'all. That's really messing with me. Wait, what? Like many early martyrs, Lucy had consecrated her virginity to God, and she hoped to distribute her dowry to the poor. Not knowing Lucy's promise and suffering from a bleeding disorder, feared for Lucy's future, she arranged Lucy's marriage to a young man of a wealthy pagan family. Oh my God. Good Lord. Holy God. Hmm. Oh, she was in Dante's Inferno? Wait, what? Representing illuminative grace. Appearance in this intermediary role is to reinforce the scene in which Virgil tries to fortify Dante's courage to begin the journey through the Inferno. Lucy carries a sleeping Dante to the entrance of Purgatory. Then in Paradiso, Dante places her opposite Adam within the mystic rose of Paradisio. Lucy may also be seen as a figure of illuminating grace or mercy and even justice. Oh, that is so fascinating. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Your dream just got real. That's real. Whoa. Whoa. Like, I'm an Epic Dante's Inferno fan, but I'm like, whoa, whoa. Like, that's blowing my mind. I was reading about it on Wikipedia. It's like all the elements of her energy to me. It's very much like the Justice card, like with all the themes of like, blind justice, speaking in the sense of discernment, and that ideal balanced marriage between divine love and wisdom. And it's like that's how we're able to see things clearly. So it's like if you look at the like in tarot, if you look at the high priestess and you look at justice, as like the reason why justice is able to make dead on like decision or judgments about things is because of the high priestess being proverbially behind her. That's deep, deep. I know, huh? I need to take my butt to bed, y'all. Kylie hitting people with brooms and things. Doctor sleep? I never saw that. Oh yeah? Oh man, yeah. Dante's Inferno is truth. But I feel like I'm 51 years old with 10 kids right now. Oh, I gotta see that. Oh, Casper. Yeah, man, that was very striking for me. I'm like, whoa, that's okay, Lelouch. Octopus. I'm frying pork chop study and watching us at the same time. It's so funny. Oh, why are you not a moderator? Now that I'm thinking about that, you were a moderator. What happened? What happened? Did you leave me? You sure were. I'm just not noticing that. Oh, oh yeah. Haunted for the shine, goddamn. Down bad, down. We had, oh, you're welcome, boo. We had a 19-year-old in here today. Well, 19-year-old. I was like, oh my. Well, shit. I know, Doug. I think I might have. We were 9 hours last time, I think. On my YouTube channel? No way. Ah, don't throw it away. Did I really? Oh, that's funny. That's great. I am so sorry. The fruit snacks are just so delicious. It's so delicious. So delicious. For real, though. That's so funny. Oh, yeah, y'all. Y'all go get y'all rest. Because I know I got to get mine. I got personal reasons I got to knock out manana. So I got to get my little rest and things. And since everything's going back to business tomorrow, got to go do like errand logistics. All that crap. Not looking forward to that. Car insurance and things of the sort. So fun. So fun. Good night, my guys. Whew. That's gorgeous. This was hella dope. I enjoyed this very much. So whenever everybody that signed up, once everything is up and available, I'll be sending y'all emails. Good night, my dears, my family. We spent our day together. So beautiful. Buenos noches. Yeah, ma'am. I'ma catch y'all on the flip side, G. Oh, y'all are so very welcome. This has been a really dope day for me, man. I love you guys. You have wonderful dreams. You're so welcome. I'm gonna go do lame stuff. Make me a whole list of places I gotta go, man. Oh, thank you so much. Welcome to the family. You're so welcome, guys. I love y'all faces so much. Oh, yes. I know, man. We're gonna have to like make this a whole thing. It's gonna be our thing. You know? Love you guys. You're so welcome. Y'all so crazy. But y'all get y'all sleep. Oh, thank you. Dude, for real. I'm about it. I'm so about it. I need to go look into this whole thing that they said with Zoom because I'm so about that. This child. I can't deal. I missed everything. Let me rewind. Oh yeah, I'm gonna end it and post it so you can scroll back. Peace out, Wakanda. Woke Tang Clan, you know what I'm saying? Love y'all. No liquor stores. Oh God. Y'all so crazy. I love y'all freaking face. King. Now y'all go get sleep and have your little woke dreams and things. Wu-Tang forever. Oh man. Wakanda got quiet. Real talk. Dog tired, boss. Oh man. All right, y'all. Good night. Love you. Love you. Love you. Love you. Love you.